welcome everyone to episode 38. Rime of the Frost Maiden. I'm Samson Paul with the whole party here tonight. Excited to have everyone back. How's everyone doing?
Great!
Wunderbar.
Wunderbar.
Woo.
Just stable.
Fantastic. Thanks for joining us here on the opening hour of our stream. If you're watching on YouTube, hit the subscribe button if you haven't already. If you're watching, you're new here, hit the follow button. Check us out every Wednesday, 7 p.m. Central. Twitch TV, Rime of the Frost Maiden, Samson Paul. In any case, did everyone have a good long weekend? We just got back from Memorial Day. Or Labor Day. Labor Day is what it was. Memorial Day is in May.
One of those days that those of us in retail don't get off ever anyways, so.
Nope.
Damn. All right.
It's alright. We got the actual weekend off for Piffin's wedding, so it was fine.
That looked like a lot of fun. Claire, did you catch the bouquet?
I did after I was robbed at your wedding.
I saw that and I thought
My
Clara
mom's
got her.
drunk friend Lori.
Clara got her revenge.
Yes!
God,
And our very own Andy Finney caught the garter too.
Yeah!
was
The
it a
worst part
snake?
is I wasn't even trying.
It was a dinosaur.
It just flew right into my fucking hand. It's not like I didn't just get divorced 2 months ago, but whatever.
Oh, I'm sorry, Andy.
So there's that.
It's okay, it was ironic. No, it was a normal garter with but it had a little dinosaur on it, so
It was very cute.
it was a good little guy for what it was, and its symbolism and trauma.
What kind of dinosaur?
A Stegosaurus, was it?
You know, I think I was more wrapped up in the symbolism at the time to tell you, but
Actually, no. I know I'm wrong. It's the spiky one with the tail.
Oh,
oh yeah, Spikeadonis.
That's a
Ankylosaurus.
Carlos.
God damn it.
Spinosaurus.
God,
I think that's right.
God,
Sam's just making shit up. I think it is a Stegosaurus.
Stegosaurus Rex.
It's a Leopleurodon, Charlie.
Charlie!
Yeah,
Oh,
the spiky
man.
ones with the tails, the one that
You
died in
show us the
Fantasia.
way.
It's a Stegosaurus. I googled it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go.
All right.
So I was right. Suck it.
The more you know and shit. Ooh, doo doo.
Chris, would you like to take this time to plug the tavern?
I think we're okay. It's a Facebook group. We're pretty cool. Come join us for contests and stuff.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right, very good. Follow us on social media. You can find me on Twitter, Samson Paul, TikTok, Samson Paul, YouTube, Samson Paul, everything Samson Paul. Let's see. Well, then, without further ado, Andy, who, despite missing last week, has volunteered to give us a recap of this week.
Show off.
it would be my divine pleasure, Sam.
Kick him.
Please.
So, last week we began in Bryn Shander, and well, basically just some dicking around with Bryn Shander, and you know, Silas thought it would be, you know, funny to dip Lek's hand in water. Little did he know Lek is slightly awake for that, so we'll leave that alone for now. Left Bryn Shander, headed for Tourmaline. Nothing really eventful happened on that road trip there. And once they arrived at Tourmaline, they met Marta at the tavern. And Marta was this young teenage girl who had a very sick father. And Adriana was able to provide care to alleviate his fever, and by stroke of good fortune, Vega had the plant needed to create the medicine to bring the old man back to awareness, which was great, because later in the next day, they were able to question him about the story of this maiden who vanished into the wind, named Aura, I believe, which is an interesting note, I thought at the time. And then find more out about this creature who looks like a centipede, but it's a giant snake that makes them water warm, and how that'd be great to have back at the lake. That that good stuff. While this is happening, of course, Silas played a lot of dragon chess and ultimately gets kind of a challenge to play the town champion, a 9-year-old girl. And we're waiting that match with bated breath. And then the next day, we head off to Lonely Wood to find the cabin. And upon finding the cabin, Vega, as he's walking up the plank, ends up having some dexterity issues and almost takes a tumble, but ends up monkeying around to get his ass out of that situation. So we're all very proud of him for that. And then upon inspecting said cabin, after a couple rooms, Adriana Armand find this mythalar, but it's not like a real mythalar, it's like a small one with only 2 rings. And upon coming into contact with it, they get transported to the, as was revealed last week, Upside Down. And initially it looks like they're dead to the rest of the party, and everyone's shocked and sad. But upon further inspection, as ghostly things happen in the house, they realize that they're still alive, and they begin trying to figure out how to get them out of there, which leads to them looking at the mythalar again and discovering it was missing a 3rd ring, which most mythalar of the Nether East times did all have. And so they searched the rest of the cabin, and Eclipse ends up in this room full of sweet-smelling wine. But I'm really disappointed she didn't whine about it. But oh well, I left that one alone. I would have said that had I been there. Anyways, and
Eat shit.
Lysander finds some blueprints and a dead homunculus. And Zizek then, using the blueprints and his general knowledge and prowess, attempts to melt his dagger down to make the 3rd ring to see if they can finish that mini mythalar in hopes of freeing Armand and Adriana from the Upside Down.
Very succinct and accurate. Great job, Andy. I appreciate it.
But of course, my pleasure.
So, we are going to then pick back up with the land of the living inside of the laboratory, where Zizix is holding the mythalar and deciding what he should be doing next. What would the rest of you like to... any immediate actions that you would like to take before moving on to the other side with those who are still in ghost form?
I'm just going to be doing anything I can to help Zizix. That's my only focus at the moment.
Okay.
Oh, let cast prestidigitation on Silas to make him smell like piss.
A very nose-crinkling aroma begins to encircle you, Silas, and you realize it's coming from you.
Incredibly rude. Oh, I smell like you.
Who?
You, Lek.
Me? What do you mean?
Oh, I see.
You should cut out. Think.
Yeah, he dropped out of Discord and I think just came back in.
Oh.
Yes, liars tend to get banished from certain things, so we all understand. It's okay. No worries.
Now we'll never know who he's talking about.
Right.
Hey, he's back.
Oh, hi there, Silas. Did you have a seizure? I was afraid for you for a second.
No, simply occupying my mind somewhere else. This was very funny. Could you make it go away now, please?
But of course, just don't you forget, you've fooled me more than once with your little pranks. I'm more wise than I used to be, so touche, friend. And I uncast prestidigitation from Silas.
Yep, easy enough.
It's all out of love, Lek, but thank you.
But of course.
All right. Zizix, what are you up to?
I'm still invisible, right?
Yeah, I guess you would be. I don't think you've taken an action since becoming invisible.
I like the mental picture of the ring just like forging itself with no one touching it. That's pretty great.
Well, I guess I did start working on the dagger to turn it into a ring. So I guess that does actually take me out of Invis.
Yeah, I suppose so. You started smelting down, what, 1 or 2 daggers?
Just the one.
Just the one? Okay.
So I guess I'm just still working on getting that into a circle.
Okay. So you can melt down the daggers just fine in this room with the fireplace, but you notice that there's no real tangible work area here to be able to sculpt the metal how you need.
So my blacksmith tools.
Yeah, they're tools, but there's no sustainable surface to hold this molten metal.
Lek, would Lek notice Zizek's kind of awkwardly looking around for a place to forge right now?
I suppose he'd be glancing from side to side to kind of look to see where his next steps are after having this metal melted down.
I got your back, Zizek. I cast a minor illusion of an anvil. Sorry, I can't do that. That'd be a cool spell, though. But no, it's fake.
Oh.
I wish I could be helpful, Zizek. I really do, but all I can do is fuck around with people. That's really most what magic's for.
I'd argue that's very helpful in the right circumstances.
Yes, unfortunately, in this particular circumstance, I am all but useless, especially since there is no real magic involved here, so... Well, I shouldn't say that, but...
What's the floor made out of, Sam?
Wood.
It would be.
I'm gonna go start looking around the cabin for anything that would work to be helpful in any way.
Go ahead and make an intelligence check.
Can do.
So one of my features is called the rat tool for the job, and it allows me to magically create a set of non-magical artisan tool. So would that fall under a tool set?
I don't think the anvil is an actual tool. Sorry, dogs are howling at the cookie person. I wouldn't think an anvil would qualify, but with the 18 that Vega rolled, you recall seeing a workshop near the place where you fell.
Then I will go there and see if I can find an anvil, or just suggest that we go there to finish.
Well, I mean, it's worth a shot.
DM, quick question. Did we see Armand and Adriana vanish, or did they just go into another room and we just maybe assume they're making out and something?
You would have seen them vanish at that time because everyone had enough time to move into the room, and you guys were at the doorway when it happened, you and Lek.
So we would have or wouldn't have?
Yes, you would have.
I do suppose we get them back with us, or do we just think they're dead?
Well, we thought they were dead at one point, but all the ghostly stuff has helped us figure out that they're probably in the realm of shadow. So we're going to try and get them back.
I thought you could only get to the realm of shadows if you lost a card game. Very fascinating.
Yeah, well, they lost a card game without even playing it. And that thing touched them. So.
So, would you guys like to move from here back to the workshop at the entrance of that walkway?
I suppose if we're trying to forge something, that'd probably be the best course of action.
All right. You guys make your way towards the entrance, and you take note of the very finicky walkway that's out bordering around this elevated cabin. So I would like everyone, let's see. Vega, are you crossing normally?
No. Upon starting to step out, I'm going to look at the walkway and go, I might stay here and wait if you guys don't mind. I had some bad luck with this walkway earlier, and I don't really want to repeat that.
Cold feet.
Sure, if you want to call it that. I'm going to call it I'm large and very undexterous, so I don't want to fuck with this.
Fair enough.
Gosh, Lek, way to fat shame.
Yeah, I'm upset and stuff.
If you'd like, Vega, I could believe in you a little bit. It might help.
Well, I appreciate that, but I'm going to stay here either way.
I do believe, Claps.
Just save my wild shape for getting out of here and hang back at the moment.
I'll stick around if you look for a Vega.
You know you want to.
Appreciate that.
You do Eclipse.
Stop!
I'm going to keep reading about Mythalars while they're going to hopefully finish forging that ring.
All right, very good. I think all those who are crossing will be able to cross just fine, being aware of the planks that are a little bit less stable than others. So you guys make it across, and Zizix and Co., you find a workshop. Inscription here. This workshop has looks like a set of tools that have been frosted over, and then you see the anvil, the vice, all of those necessities for construction. You find a lot of that stuff in here, though with a good layer of frost over it.
Well, there's the anvil. Is that all you needed there, Zizix?
Oh yeah, I just need to make sure I get that ice off, though. It's not exactly gonna be nice.
Yeah, I'm sure someone could just fire it away, right?
Oh yeah, I can do that.
Go to the ice and be like, "You're fired," and it goes away.
But I don't want to put too much fire on it too quick, because, that could really cause a bad reaction.
Right, I trust your judgment. This is well out of my wheelhouse, so just do what you must. If you need anything, well, there's not much I really can do, but I'm happy to try.
I am going to take a potion It allows me to any object that I touch will burst into flame.
Okay.
So I'll take that potion and then I'll touch the anvil.
All right, and you see the flame start to bounce right off of you and onto the anvil, and you see it kind of spark, and then you hear a sizzling sound as the ice has started to melt off the anvil. And then you look down below at your feet, as I believe is consistent with when Carcass took this potion. There is a bit of flame happening there too, but because this room was also frosted over at the floor, it is also sizzling out.
Perfect. Can I look around the room to see if there's any other tools that I might be needing to use?
Go ahead and make an investigation check.
Of course I get a nat 20 on that.
Oh man. So you definitely find a full set of smith's tools and tinker tools spread on the wooden main workbench table. You find also some twisted bits of metal, and with that investigation you identify them as failed attempts at making a ring, whether it was the inner ring or the outer ring. It looks like the sizes vary a little bit.
Okay, I'll go up and touch those as well. I assume they're covered in ice.
Yeah. Everything has a nice layer of ice over it.
Yeah, so I'll just go up and take the objects, or I guess just touch them before removing them from the wall, just to make sure that they don't explode into a flaming ball.
Sure. You go ahead and take the time, and you start defrosting essentially everything that you need in this room. Probably takes maybe 15 minutes to get through everything.
Is there like a fireplace in here or something to... I assume because of the workshop there's some kind of a source for heat.
Yeah, it looks like there's some sort of wood stove that's sort of in the corner.
I'll go over and try and get that started.
Yeah, easy enough.
Okay, after all of that, then I'll start working on forming that dagger into a circle.
All right. So, this process will take a little bit of time to get through. Let's see. You're using all the tools available to you, I assume?
Yeah.
So,
I think I just need some kind of like a gripper for the dagger, like a metal tongs, and then just an actual hammer.
okay. So I need you to make a dexterity check when it comes to crafting this stuff. If you have proficiency in those tools, you can add your proficiency to this roll.
Then that would be a dirty 20.
Okay. So, given about hours worth of time or so, you are actually able to craft a ring that looks to be about the right size that you need. It looks like it's very fleshed out, it's connected correctly, it doesn't look like it's flimsy at all, and you feel pretty confident in the structural integrity of this ring. But now you know that the next step is to engrave the runes into it.
Right.
Try not to ruin it.
So, with that, after about, I guess, an hour total with the defrosting being taken into account, The runes, as you look at the blueprints and you see exactly which runes you have to write and engrave into the ring itself, you think it might take probably double the amount of time that it took to actually forge this thing to get the runes all lined up and correct. So with that, if you would like to partake in that action, you can make this an Arcana check.
That would be a 24.
Okay. Everyone else sits back and waits in case Zizix needs any kind of assistance by any means while going through this process. But you see him just moving around the workshop with such grace and fluidity that it's almost like this is like a second nature to him, first nature even. And when he starts to engrave into this ring, you see him just take this masterful form that you would see in great smiths in large cities, and just start chipping away at the metal, engraving these runes into this ring. And after about an hour and a half of small, meticulous carvings, Zizix finally holds in his hand the third ring that is complete.
You may now all applause.
Well done, Zizix. This is excellent craftsmanship. I have to hand it to you.
Well, you learn a few things along the way.
Yes, you do.
Credit where credit is due. This is quite impressive. You are truly in the zone.
Well, you gotta be when friends are in need.
Not to ask the dumb question, but is there since this wasn't in the original blueprints, how are we going to add this ring onto the mythalar?
Oh, I was gonna volunteer you to do that.
Oh, where are you now?
I could always send Uno to do it.
Uno?
Yes, Uno, the one that I sent down the tunnel just in case it was trapped and it wasn't.
Oh, your unseen servant?
They have a name. It's Uno. But yes.
I feel this is a very important finishing touch, and I don't think just any hands should be the ones to attempt it. Especially hands that aren't crafty like yours, which would be mine. I'm ashamed to say. Not much of a craftsman.
Well, I don't think it's rocket science.
Well, please, do show me the foolishness of my thought process, and I'd love to be humbled.
So Zizix starts to hold up the second ring, and he draws your attention to the two holes that are, two rods that are jutting down towards the inner part of the ring. And you see that, or he explains that there were two separate incisions made into the core of that center of the mythalar, where these will be inserted to, and will allow it to have that same gyroscopic kind of rotation around the center.
So, shall I bring Uno to do this job, or would you prefer to do it yourself, or do you want to risk one of us dying?
Well, as long as they can follow very, very clear directions.
Uno's pretty smart, or at least smart enough, and I'll go ahead and summon my unseen servant.
Okay. And
You can't see him, but he's standing right here. And I'll pat his back where he would be.
so, with that, what would the rest of you? Are you notifying the rest of the group that you have completed, or what's the plan with that? That you're about to complete the assembly.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? I wasn't tracking.
So did you guys want to run back and tell the rest of the party that you're about ready to activate it, or are you looking for? Are you looking to just complete it right now and tell them later?
Probably in the realm of the other people, just in case something bad happens.
Sorry, you broke up just at the middle of your sentence there.
Sorry, I would probably go back to the rest of the group just in case something bad happens.
Okay. So you guys have the two pieces, and Uno is following closely behind before you guys activate this in the workshop. And you make your way back and find the rest of the group. What were you guys doing in the couple hours that had passed since they left to work on this ring?
I would be keeping an eye on the Mythalar to make sure that it didn't try to take anybody else.
Sure. Okay.
Well, Lek had cast Mage Hand and made the hand turn into a little cup and moved it about 10 feet away from him. And then he was finding little pieces of wood to throw and try and make it into the hand cup, because this obviously took a long time and Lek became bored out of his mind.
Vega was just reading more about Mythalar.
Did you say reading porn? Reading more.
God.
All right. So you return, and everyone is gathered around, and you have the third ring. And the Mythalar sits, I guess, floats in Uno's hand, as he has probably been picked it up.
And provided everyone's ready, I'll just instruct Uno to do whatever Zizix says needs to be done.
All right. So, Zizix, are you ready to give the order?
Let's do it to it.
Okay. You hand over the third ring to Uno, and you feel it just get lifted out of your hand. You see the existing Mythalar and the third ring start to collide and converge on each other. And you see the inserts being able to slide directly into the apparatus. And then you start to see it glowing just faintly. It seems that Uno is holding it without activating it, like you all saw it activate before. Zizix, Vega, I would like you to make intelligence checks for this.
What's the check in relation to?
Seeing why it did not erupt like it did before.
Okay. I was just seeing if I was thinking I had a bonus to that, but I don't. So, 11?
Okay. So you guys kind of brace for impact as you start to see it glow just a little bit. But Vega, with all that you've researched in the last few hours, your best guess as to why this is happening is because the third ring gives it the stabilization to be less volatile, like it was in its previous state. So it looks like this can be handled safely at the moment.
Wonderful. I will share that with the rest of the party.
You also think maybe if you're adding a third ring to this, maybe you should do it outside.
I will share that information as well.
Actually, Sam, I don't know if this changes anything, but I do actually get a bonus, so my 11 would have been a 17.
You would have gotten the gist of what I told Vega. You would be able to know that you can actually activate it to a lesser extent and not full-blown, so you wouldn't necessarily have to go outside to activate it. But it would still retain its power and would not be expended like it would normally. Like a microcharge.
So what exactly is it? So is the rings? Are the rings glowing? Are the ruins glowing, or anything like that?
So the rings where you have engraved the runes, they're glowing in a golden yellow, and then you see the center of this device starting to turn from its black almost to a gray, like it's warm to the touch, and it is.
Okay.
And those in the Upside Down have watched this whole process take place. You find that the individual that you were with, his name was Macrodo, and Macrodus, sorry. You see him, you see that he is very boring as companionship. He spent a lot of time in solitude and is kind of like, an introvert at this point. You find himself finishing conversations with himself in his head anytime that he is spoken to, and then realizes that he hasn't said anything out loud. But you were all watching, and you see the group having constructed the third ring, and it's floating in the air. You can't see Uno either, but you see it start to glow. And what would the people inside of the land of the living like to do?
Would I have come across anything in my readings about how to possibly get someone back from the realm of shadows?
Let me roll. No, you haven't come across that, unfortunately.
Okay, what about how to travel to and from the realm of shadow myself?
Let's see. In this book, there are just brief mentions of the realm of shadow. There isn't any sort of text that explains that whole process itself, unfortunately. At this point, I'm rolling percentages to see if the content that you're looking for was in the book. There's a lot of stuff in the book, just not that.
What about any other books that I've ever read and can remember?
I feel like that's cheating.
That's a small net to cast.
So you'd be reflecting back on your memory, so let's have an intelligence check.
Yeah. 14?
14. You recall reading a fictional story once about an individual who was fleeing from devils and going into the shadow realm where even they could not instantly teleport to. But you don't seem to recall if it was anything based in fact when it comes to how he got there or not. But I believe it utilized the assistance of a flump.
Interesting. And was it able to get him back also, or just there?
Well, the flump was his companion, you see, and traveled with him to the Shadow Realm, and it seems like that the flump was the key towards travel.
Interesting. Okay, hold on a second. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. I didn't pick some creatures. Well, that is cool information to have, but since I don't have a way to make a flump appear, even though I could have a way to do that had I taken the right spell, shit. All right. Now what do we do? Anybody got any ideas?
I mean, I heard all that, but did Vega, like, share about the flump and stuff?
I guess I didn't. But if no one says anything after I say any ideas, I'll say, I mean, I remember a story where a flump helped somebody travel, but I don't have a way to make a flump appear, and I don't even know if that would help, because it was fiction.
You recall the name of the book. It was Flumford Bound.
Oh my god. Fuck right off. That's fantastic.
Homeward Bound 2.
Flump in the City.
Is it flump or flump?
Flump.
With a
Oh, good. I just looked up flump, and it was just a very odd thing, so I'm glad you clarified that. Yeah, flump is also a fart with lumps, fun fact. But anyways, let's talk about flump.
So the Mythalar sits or floats in the hands of Uno, just seemingly active with magical power.
Is there anything we could use as a substitute for a flump? I don't pretend to understand these things, but...
Well, okay. My thought is, this thing, now that we fixed it, could probably get us there. But I don't know if it will come with us, and therefore if we'll be able to get back.
That's where the flump comes in.
Right, I'm worried about getting back. I think this thing could probably get us there pretty easily. But I'm not sure if it can get us back or not.
There's a puzzle.
You know what? I'm going to try it, and I'm going to walk up and pick up the Mythalar.
Okay. And you feel the power kind of resonate into your fingertips, and you notice that you can control it just slightly. You can see the fluctuation as your mind starts to seemingly control the brightness of this Mythalar. It's a very interesting feeling. It feels just like raw magic in your hands.
Okay, well, I'm going to hold on to it, and I'm going to picture in my mind's eye traveling into the realm of shadow, to where my friends are, and it still being in my hand when I get there.
Okay. So you close your eyes, but then the darkness from your eyelids start to recede as the light grows and it becomes almost a bright white. And just as it starts to white out the back of your eyelids, it fades away just briefly. And you kind of open up one eyelid, and you see Armand and Andy have returned to where they are standing, but you also see Lek, Zizek, Silas, and everyone else. Andy and Armand, you see yourselves back in full color. You're no longer translucent.
Huh. You did it.
Are we all back?
Phew.
Oh my gosh. That was intense.
Yeah. Yeah, I bet.
Are you guys okay?
Yeah, fine. I mean, are we still like at really low health because we took a bunch of damage?
No, you would be returned at full health.
Oh, okay. No, I feel fine. Do you feel fine, Armand?
Well, I think I feel fine, and I'm gonna reach out and poke the nearest person.
Okay, that person happens to be Lysander.
Well, I can poke Lysander here, so I think I'm okay.
There's the man, the dead man here. He's trapped in there. He can't be restored. He said it. If you're not restored within a day, you're stuck.
Oh, man. That's a shame.
Well, I think that solves the mystery of the black cabin then. And
Nice,
we
though.
now have a working Mythalar.
Oh, it's all fixed, so like it can be used.
I mean, theoretically.
That's what he was trying to do. He was trying to create it to help.
Well, yeah, on that note, it's still in my hand, I assume?
Yes.
Then I'm going to close my eyes and picture warm, sunny weather.
Okay. So you do your best to channel that. Let's see what the effects of control weather is. Where'd it go? So you take control of the weather from within 5 miles of you for the duration, which is 8 hours. So let's see. You feel the warmth emanating from your hands once again, but it then shuts off, and it does not seem to activate correctly. So something is amiss. You guys can try to re-identify it now that you've added this ring to it, to see exactly what's happening.
I absolutely think we should do that. You mean cast identify, or like?
You can cast or do it as a ritual. Same thing.
I think that'll need to be Zizix then, because I do not have that spell. Hey Zizix, can you try and identify this again and see what's going on? It's not wanting to work at the moment.
see away.
Sorry, did I not come through?
No, it didn't.
Oh, okay. Yeah, of course.
So as you take the time to cast it as a ritual, I assume?
Yeah.
You will note that this must be used outside for it to take effect. If it can't get the trajectory that it needs without bouncing off of something, it will not work.
Do you share that information?
Yeah. Yeah, I'll share that.
Okay, upon hearing that, I'm going to look at the door and I'm going to step out, but not go too far because the walkway is garbage.
Mm-hmm.
And try again.
Okay. So you step outside into the plane of night. And you once again try to channel that energy. And you feel the warmth starting to resonate from the middle of your palms where you're holding this mythalar. And then you feel the weight of the mythalar get removed from your hands, and you look and you see that the mythalar is starting to float. It's slowly ascending higher and higher into the air. Doesn't seem to be doing any light or giving off any light at this moment, but Zizix did relay that this would take about 10 minutes to do.
Okay. I will watch it for as long as I can see it, and I will wait.
Alright. What's everyone else wanting to do? Are you guys wanting to watch through a window or anything like that while this thing ascends?
Yeah, I'm gonna watch. Also, I think Andy would probably say a prayer to Helm to ask if he could free the soul of the man.
Okay, make a religion check.
That's a 17.
You say your prayer for Macrodus, and you hear a whisper in your head back after, and you hear the voice saying, it sounds like he had a just cause. Consider it done. You feel the weight of this room that you were standing in sort of lighten. You don't, you get the notion that something has just happened. You're not exactly sure whether it was Tyr intervening, or if it was something from the mythalar starting to activate.
Andy just kind of smiles a bit and nods and mutters, thank you, under her breath.
Was it obvious to Lek that Adriana was praying at that moment?
You can make an insight check.
All right. That would be a 3.
She's talking to herself, dude.
Adriana, have you not been getting enough sleep? You seem to be talking to yourself. Are you all right?
I was praying.
Oh,
And
what are you praying for?
I asked Helm to free the soul of the man that was trapped in the mythalar.
Lek's just
He
going to
answered me.
stare at Adriana for a moment, kind of introspectively. Long
I think he
moment.
did.
You know, Adriana, every person who practices prayer and is as steadfast as you, as like you, I suspect my life would have ended up very different than it did now.
Your life isn't over, Lek.
No, but my path is chosen. But you are one of the good ones, Adriana. I do want you to know that.
Thank you.
Of course.
Just glad his soul is free.
So, with that, you start to move this conversation towards the doorway, and you see Vega looking straight up into the sky now as the Mythalar has ascended maybe 300 feet or so, and it's been about 9 minutes and 30 seconds to be exact since it started levitating. And then you see a spark of light. You see a second spark followed by another one shortly thereafter. And then in one harmonious burst, seemingly like a second sun has appeared. In the sky is now bright. It's warm. It's the warmest it's ever been in all of your time here. It feels like it's about 40, 50 degrees or so air temperature as it starts to rise, or the temperature starts to rise. Let's see how long it takes. Yeah. So it quickly just starts to rise in temperature. It's almost abrupt, and you see as you're looking around, and you look around in plain daylight even though the sun has gone down, that some of the snow is starting to melt. The icicles on the trees start to drip, and you see for yourselves the Mythalar in action. And this is taking place over a 5-mile radius. Let me get my map just to be sure what the spread of this is. So 5 miles. That's a radius, so that's actually 10 miles across. Yeah, you can see just normally as if it was daytime out here. You can see the shadows from the spine of the world being cast upon itself on a distance. Yeah, this whole place is lit up, and temperatures rise quickly. It gets to about 40, 50 degrees before it starts to taper off over the course of 10 minutes.
You know, I have a feeling this might catch Oral's attention.
Oh, this will catch plenty of attention.
I certainly hope so.
Nick, you're buzzing again.
Perhaps we shouldn't be here when people come looking for the source of this attention.
But if we leave, what's going to happen to the Mythalar as I look back up in the sky?
I can only assume it'll burn itself out eventually.
Well, my understanding was this would last for 8 hours, and then the Mythalar would still be intact, or would it not? What would my understanding of that be, Sam?
It would still be intact.
Yeah. So my
It's a
understanding
magical
is
item.
after 8 hours, the Mythalar would still be intact, but this spell would end and need to be cast again. So I would assume it would descend after the 8 hours. So someone would need to be here to retrieve it.
So you're saying we need to camp out underneath the Mythalar, or we need to plan on being back here in 8 hours?
I mean, whichever would be easier, which I would think would be camp out under the Mythalar.
I think that would be the best course of action, because if this does begin to attract attention, I would rather be here.
Agreed.
Great.
I'm assuming I've already missed my chess appointment.
Yes. So it is night. It was nightfall on the next day. So that would have taken place sometime this morning, but they are going to be open to rescheduling, which is fine.
Very well. I suppose camping isn't the worst thing we could do.
You can make a makeshift dragon chessboard with some scrap metal. Pass the time.
Oh, I'm already dreadfully bored. I wouldn't mind passing the time.
That sounds like a good idea.
Why
Let's
not?
do that.
Great.
So what is our plan after this thing burns out and descends back to the ground?
I am so glad you asked that, Lysander.
My thought was to find another caster that would take over the watching of it and the casting eventually, and just keep casting it in places we know we can stay for 8 hours until we find one. But, like, did you have another idea?
No. Oh, well, I mean, yes, per the original plan, but this does provide a new wrinkle. So I completely agree with what you're saying. Although in my mind, it would be probably best if we kept it with us for the time being. Not that I want to have to be waiting 8 hours 8 hours, but I don't know. I feel like this accidentally falling into the wrong hands could be detrimental or worse, if you know what I'm saying. Unless, I don't know, the logistics are troubling me, I won't lie.
Not that I'm sure people will take me up on this, but I do offer to hold on to it.
I assume now that it's fixed, it won't suck us in like that again?
It should not, no. It seems to be much more stable.
Well, we also have the blueprints to make another one if we wanted. What if we made a few of these and began distributing them throughout the respective towns?
That is a very good idea.
I like that idea a lot.
That's an excellent idea.
I am worried about repercussions from
Yes.
oral.
Yes.
Honestly, if everyone is using these, no one will be afraid of Oral anymore, and she can get fucked. So,
If each town has one of these and they all start using them at the same time of day, wouldn't that diminish her power?
I don't believe it matters to Oral. I don't think they're actually a god.
Well, she is a deity, and she gets her power from her believers and the fear that she has instilled in her followers.
It's so strange that anyone can just say they're a deity these days.
Well, something tells me there's more to it than that, and I don't know, that story of Aura I find to be most strange, and the mysterious ending that it had makes me wonder if there's a connection.
I agree. I definitely do believe there is something there. It seems to too strange to be a coincidence.
But someone mentioned time, and I'm glad we brought that up. Because while our friend Zizix here is a genius and an excellent craftsman by all judgments, time to make 10 of these on top of all the other things we're juggling, that is where I find a potential snag. Unless anyone has any thoughts on that particular deal. Or are we giving the blue? Yeah, help me out here. Are we making them and distributing them ourselves? Or are we making copies of the blueprints, perhaps, and distributing those to each of the towns for them to make with the particular magic users? Help me out here. What are we thinking?
These are all fair questions, and I feel like this is where our time should be best utilized.
I think we should ask Zizix. How long does he think it would take to make each one? The logistics of it, I think we should leave to him since he's the craftsman here.
So Zizix, is, you overhear all this talk about mass distribution and creating one for each city. A number of things come to your mind first and foremost with having hands-on work on this thing. The first thing that comes to mind is if there's 8 of these things in the sky, how absurdly hot will it get? Are they additive to each other, or do they overlap one another? And should it just be a rotation of which city releases the sun, so to speak, each day? The next question would be, where do you find the materials for the center pieces? The center piece was already intact and constructed, and the blueprint was very vague about what exactly that material is. It looked like coal, but there was obviously something inside of it that was necessary, and not sure exactly if there was additional magic that was put into it that the original creator did. Just a bunch of things like that coming into mind.
Would I be able to determine if it was Shardlin?
You would know that it would not be Shardlin.
Okay.
Oh, thank God. I was worried about that.
Disassembling Lysander for the many creation of many suns.
No. I refuse.
Just leave a Lysander head is all that's left, you know.
You just need your leg, that's all.
No.
Yeah, I would vocalize that to the group of the difficulties and the prospects of doing such things.
Upon hearing that, would I have read anything about the center of one of these and what that consisted of?
Yeah, let's see. Go ahead and make an intelligence check.
$21.
So when it comes to the construction of this, you know that it's not a lump of coal that is in the center of this, but it's actually a fairly large diamond that is purely carbon based.
I see. Anything special about the diamond, or just...
Just that it's real expensive.
Just that it's real expensive.
Right. I just meant, like, are there any runes that need to be carved into it or anything like that?
Into it? No. The runes are purely on the brass. Yep.
Okay. Okay. I will share that with the party as well. Actually, the centerpiece isn't coal. It's a diamond. like a big one. Costs a lot and stuff.
Ooh, that would be hard to come by.
Yeah.
I think our best bet to help these people is to wait for Oral to come and retaliate for this. And when she does, take her out, if we can.
I would agree, but I would say long game. Get copies of these blueprints made and get them to the town leaders.
Yeah,
and
I think that's a good point.
Explain everything and how they would probably have to rotate who activated them when and all that. And
also, we are forgetting something. We could have another soup bowl situation on our hands.
Yeah. I understand that.
So I'm a little worried about giving out blueprints because, first of all, if they know there's a diamond in it, will they let the greed get the better of them? Second of all, will they come for this and hurt these people to take it for the most powerful of the towns?
Perhaps
The
we
last
should
thing I'd
burn
wanna see is
Targos to the ground real quick.
What'd you say,
Hitting.
Lek?
No, arson.
Perhaps we should burn Targos to the ground first and then distribute the blueprints.
Nope.
I'm actually for that plan.
I'm not. There's probably plenty of innocent people in Targos.
Children.
But it's not the worst idea. We should absolutely put a pin in it until later.
Alright, I'm not for the idea, but I understand it.
Yeah, I'm with Vega. I understand the sentiment, but we can't do that.
Look, eventually I'm probably going to call upon all of you to burn Cormier to the ground. Who knows? But we might as well get a few practice cities in.
I would be just fine with that.
Mandy looks at, she's just gonna kind of cant her head and stare at Lysander, like, just kind of scrutinizing him for a minute.
It's quite the can't-do attitude you have there, Adriana.
Can't is the real C word.
Well.
Mandy's gonna look over at Vega like, are you hearing Lysander?
Huh. I thought maybe when we got rid of that amulet, he wouldn't be an evil dick anymore, but I guess he is. That's fine. He's in good company here. Anyways, we're not burning a town down. Do understand the sentiment, though. They're a bunch of dicks there.
What if we started with the mayor's house? Can we do that?
What if we reframe it? Since it's a town full of dicks, we'll just call it a weenie roast instead of burning the town to the ground.
But not everyone in the town is a dick. Probably the majority, but there's no way every single one of them is.
No,
I mean,
people in
like
power are
South
certainly
Africa.
dicks, but they are taking orders. The rest of the town, we can't just kill them. For
Yeah. What? Okay. Why don't we replan it this way? Let's go stage a coup and just lead that town to revolution. Let's do that.
That's a good idea.
I mean, that's not a terrible idea, but just consider the following. We go to the mayor's house, we start a very small brush fire on like a potted plant or something. Soon the whole house catches fire. When the guards come, we say, oh, no. We didn't start the fire. It was always burning, at least since the world's been turning.
Or to,
Oh my god.
oh boy.
I love you.
I just got that.
Nice.
Chris, if you didn't already have it, DM inspiration.
I'll take it, thank you.
Oh God.
That was fucking gold. But yes, burning the mayor's house down could be a good way to start the revolution.
I can always play the old 7 days trick on the mayor and drive him crazy. Mind games and such.
We also do have at least 2 friends there.
That is true.
No, you've lost me there. I think this is before my time.
That is true. In any case, back to the Mythalar. I definitely understand where you're coming from, Andy, and also Zizix. So, do we agree that it's best that we keep it in our possession for the time being?
I agree with that, but I also have a small other idea regarding that.
Vega, there's no such thing as a small idea. Only small people.
Well, I'm not small or people, so
You're people.
let me just share my idea.
Your people.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I was thinking if, for now, we leave the Mythlar in the hands of a town and town speaker who we trust, just so we don't have to stay immobile for 8 hours at a time. My first thought was Goodmead, but then if someone were to come there with bad intentions, that would put them in a lot of danger. So that left me thinking, Brinshander, because they have the ability to defend themselves if something were to happen, and they have a town speaker who we trust.
It's a good idea.
Anything to save us from the logistical nightmare of babysitting. Yes, that does sound like the best choice.
And Bryn Shander wouldn't deny people entry if they needed it.
Right, and I'd have to look at a map to see the location, but maybe it would even work out where that would spread well enough to help out most people. I don't know. I feel like, without looking at a map, I feel like Brinshander is somewhat central to the 10 towns.
Yeah, it's pretty much in the center. It's maybe a little bit off to the west, just slightly, but all the main roads can get to Brinshander.
So that,
That
I mean,
sounds like the best idea.
it's probably the best way to maximize its impact too.
We can offer the people here to travel, if they want to follow us to Bryn Shander.
Like, are you suggesting a migration from Tourmaline to Brinshander?
No, I mean, if they have anyone that's, has specific needs, that would definitely need to be somewhere warmer, sick people that are suffering from frostbite, that sort of thing, we could take them with us.
That.
I like the sentiment there, but I think if we let word of this get out too much too soon, it could become very chaotic. And
Andy kind of points outside and she says, I think word's out.
you know what I mean, if word gets out of the specifics.
I guess so.
Superstition already runs amok thanks to orals, so as far as they're concerned, there's something along that vein going on, not such a logical explanation as an object of power.
Yeah, that's true. We'd get mobbed.
Well, aren't we already going to get the mob? If the people they see this in the sky right now, aren't they just going to come here?
Remains to be seen.
Yeah, we'll find that out. But here's another angle that none of us has broached. Can you imagine the money we would make from the farming community?
The farm community?
Yeah.
Lysander, I assure you, I've thought of the money we could make, but not from the farmers. Yes, they do fine, but I honestly think someone who has more to benefit from conquering would be a better buyer. Imagine how much further you could go with an extra 8 hours of daylight.
I don't think selling it is the way we want to go. I mean,
Everybody needs to eat. I'm
Yeah,
saying that we
these people
provide
are very
farmers
poor.
a service. I'm saying that we provide these farmers a service. They grow their crops, they get their money, we get paid. It would be a long-term thing, but
I don't think they make that much money though.
So Lysander's of the mind that you guys become a rent-a-center for sunlight.
something like that.
That's kind of the gist of what I got from it. I like it. It's a fun idea. It's like you guys become the sun keepers or some shit.
If I ever
Yeah,
found
this
out
is
how to
capitalist
control
bullshit.
Ooh, the Sunkeepers. See, that's a group name I like.
Oh, yeah, if I ever found out how
Oh,
to
there we
control
go.
weather, that's what I would be doing.
The
I have another
Sunkeepers,
thought.
band name called it.
Perhaps the sons of bitches SUN.
I love it.
I have another thought.
I thought you might.
What is it?
So, Oral has gained worship and become a god, and I'm putting that in quotation marks. Why don't we just do that with the sun? We could be the counter god to Oral. We'll hire my cousin, his name is Solus, and he'll come around and he'll, throw the ball up and he'll say, praise the sun, and honestly, it stands to make good marketing. The best crime businesses that I know are organized religion.
I second that.
Yeah.
I don't want to be a crime business.
I don't want to be a crime lord.
Look, it's perfectly legal and you don't pay taxes.
Andy folds her arms.
What? You're already in the business. You know how good it is.
What? I don't make money from it.
When's the last time someone charged you full price for anything, holy woman?
I tip very well.
Yes, and that's on you. That's extra. But when's the last time you paid full price?
I paid for our rooms last time. They offered them to us free, but I did not accept.
And again, that's on you.
Well, you asked when the last time I paid full price was. It was last night.
Okay, let me rephrase. When's the last time you weren't offered a discount of any sort?
I don't know, but the point is that you don't take it if you're legitimate.
There's no such thing as legitimacy in organized religion anymore.
Well, I also wouldn't exactly call myself organized. I wander around and heal people.
Yes, so does the village healer in Cormier. His name is Joel, and he's got the biggest mansion I've ever seen, and he's a dick.
Well, I'm not a dick.
We had a flood, and he locked the doors.
I would never do that.
Yes, because you're a good person. Most people in your field aren't.
All right, fine, I'll give you that.
So I'm just saying, we could go ahead and create our own god. And we stand to make a tidy profit. And I'm sure the farmers would enjoy it.
That
I'm
would
sure the
make
farmers
me
would
a
be a
bad
fan,
person.
Lysander.
I don't want to be a bad person. I like being a good person. It makes me happy.
I forgot you still have morals. My goodness, you're still so young.
I still
Andy
think
rolls her
we're overlooking the oral factor in this equation with all this talk. Even if we dispel her followers, I don't believe that completely makes her powerless. Perhaps less powerful, but not powerless.
It would make her less powerful, but over time it would make her powerless.
Yes, a lot of time per that one old wizard dude from that one time.
Well, to cut that time down, once she is less powerful, we can kill her, and that would make her power less, because she'd be dead.
Right, so I'm saying one goal at a time here. We are getting ahead of ourselves with this talk.
I'm just saying, even gods die if you cut off their head.
Yeah. I mean, at least most of them probably.
Look, I have never killed a god, but I can't imagine it's that hard.
Sam and Dean do it all the time, guys.
Who?
Are those cousins of yours, Vega?
Are you having a stroke?
Clearly, yeah.
Like,
Are you smelling toast?
You might just be overcooking toast. You never know.
I like toast.
Buttered toast.
Dude.
Now you see, I'm going to chime in here. I had this same idea many a 10-day ago, and nobody wanted to do it.
Boo-hoo.
So thank you. Shut up.
Oh.
Lysander.
Well,
very
10 days ago,
sound.
we didn't have this particular tool.
Also, I do want to go ahead and point out a very successful strategy of mine. Someone says a brilliant idea, you dismiss it as stupid, and then you wait until the right moment, and then you take credit for it.
Like that.
Uncle Jeffrey had an idea for, I don't know, a servant had an idea for a bookstore, but one that delivered, and, well, he dismissed it out of hand, but he's forming it right now.
Sir Bezos?
Yes, an uncle of mine.
Oh my god.
He's gonna go. He's
Born
gonna
in
go to the moon
1964.
eventually. 964.
Just for accuracy.
Correct. About a millennia off. Oh.
That fucking song is stuck in my head now.
Oh
Let's sing
I
it
think
together,
I found
shall
a
we?
crack
My
in the
life.
fourth wall.
Man. So,
Anyway,
yep. Back on track.
I am going to walk outside and enjoy the sun.
Yeah, so that's a good point. As you guys are having this conversation, you start to feel really warm because you're wearing all this heavy winter clothing, totally covered up, but now it's just kind of uncomfortably warm wearing all of these clothes.
Here comes the sun. Do 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 do.
Yeah,
What
Annie's
did you
gonna start
say?
peeling off layers. If they're gonna have sun, she's gonna enjoy it.
When you peel off your layers and take in the rays from this artificial sun, you look around and start to hear the dropping of water as the side of the building starts to slowly drip water as it's melting. The icicles from the trees.
Do you think that wine has thawed out?
Oh, you could check.
I think it's worth checking, and I'm also stripping off layers.
Silas will keep his layers on, but go see if the wine is looking better.
So, the wine is still pretty well frozen, but you move the barrel around after you crack it open, and you see down below the surface layer of ice, you see movement.
Oh, well, that's a little disheartening. I'll just kind of try and pour a little bit of that barrel out if I can. I'm not the strongest.
So go ahead and make a strength check.
That would be a 4.
So you try to kind of tip the barrel over, but you actually lose grip, and your arm actually shoots down into the barrel and breaks through that top layer of ice. It's very chilly wine, but you've broken through the top layer.
That's fine. I'll take a bottle out then.
Fill it up just easy enough, and you have a bottle of wine.
What kind of wine is this?
This is a sweetberry wine from the, let's see. I had the winery here. The Desserin Valley Wines.
Being a bit of a wine snob, would I know anything about that?
You know, they are a very high quality, sweet wine. It's definitely, if you enjoy that wine palate, this is the wine to have.
Okay. I'd like to call out to the party and it's like, everyone come in, we're gonna get shit-faced!
Yeah, alright. And I'm going in.
Andy will go have some wine.
Same.
Why the fuck not?
Hey,
Yeah.
hey, shut up.
This is a time to celebrate, alright? Hopefully the mob wants to celebrate with us.
Yeah, we got wine to share. They can have some.
If not, my spells still work when I'm drunk. We'll be fine.
What about if Oro comes?
My spells still work when I'm drunk.
Right. Okay. Good.
I'll turn up with a guard, whatever.
Lek is going to be the quote-unquote designated driver. Hey, I don't want to have to roll disadvantage later.
Look, I'm just saying, we could repurpose this wine as well and say it's the blood of our new sun god.
I'll leave the marketing to you.
We can make some sort of communion with that.
Yeah, stale crackers, wine. Sure, people would enjoy it.
Are you having a
Sounds
seizure,
familiar.
Eclipse? You stopped your thought there. Are you having a stroke seizure?
I'm gonna smack you.
The Streezer?
Called the Stregelins.
And Silas will just have a glass of wine, or at least a swig of the bottle, because I don't think I brought cups.
I believe everyone should have a water skin, but
Oh, perfect. Then I'll dump out that useless liquid.
He'll just eat snow. What the fuck?
true.
Just...
But despite being very chilled, this wine is delicious. You've got, I believe it was 3 barrels. No, 4. 4 barrels of wine here, so that'll last quite a while. And it's pleasant. It's warm out. You guys are slowly seeing the snow start to melt into the ground.
Zizix, might I ask you a favor? I offered you that scroll and I didn't ask for anything in return, and I apologize that now I might be. Could you make me one of those fancy little storage bags so I could keep some of this wine for later?
Well, I don't have the stuff on me.
I wasn't aware you needed special stuff. I just thought you could just kind of do it.
Well, I mean, I can turn your bag into a bag of holding.
That would be wonderful. Well, actually, I know I have a small chest. Would that work?
It's okay, Silas. It's fine to be small-chested.
There it is.
Well, that would be a question for the DM.
I have skipped gym day and chest day and leg day for the last 32 years.
As far as whether or not that would work for a chest, I would say that would carry over. This would probably be your first time trying it. Since you've only heard of bags of holding, not chest of holding.
Right. Well, I guess I could give it a try.
I'll even believe in you, and maybe we could see if we could make a cooling element. I don't know. I'm just kind of spitballing. And I'll give you some inspiration.
So I guess I will cast or try and infuse his chest into a chest of holding.
Okay. And after some time, you are successful in doing so.
Okay. And then as that happens, Pointy kind of collapses.
Oh, dear. Is that thing? Are they all right?
I don't know. Maybe you're gonna recharge him or something. So I guess I'll pick him up and make sure I have the crystal out of him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, easy.
And then I will put him back together, or try and revive him, I guess.
Yeah. So that would not negate your, like, above table. This would not negate your bag that you just made, right?
No, so above table, as Pointy, so I have my own +1 on my armor, so creating the bag of holding dissipated. No, I had Pointy created first, so when I created the bag of holding, it dissipated Pointy, and then when I recreated Pointy, it dissipated my +1 armor.
Okay, gotcha.
Well, thank you for my chest. I truly appreciate it. Would you like a bottle of wine for yourself?
Oh no. But I'd take some chocolate if you had some.
I don't believe I do, but I'm happy to find some for you. I don't know where I'd find it, but I could certainly try.
So, with that being done, the wine is being extracted from the barrel. The world around you is starting to warm up, and you start to see the green-brown of grass that has just been covered immensely over time. Just in some rolling hills, you start to see the peaks of grass starting to sprout from all of this snow just starting to melt. What would everyone like to do for the remainder of the time that this light, the Mythalar, is burning?
How many bottles of wine did I get so I can add that to my other possessions?
So 4 barrels of wine. Are you putting the barrels in the chest?
Oh, I'd probably just take the wine itself in bottle.
Okay. Barrels to bottles. How many bottles do you have?
Oh, I thought the barrel was full of bottles.
Nope, it was full of wine.
Oh, then yeah, I'll see if I can get the barrels in there.
The barrels will just fit in the chest, I'll say. So you'd be able to get 4 barrels of sweet berry summer wine.
This is wonderful. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
So how would you guys like to spend the rest of your day? Artificial day.
What time is it, by the way?
It would be about 5 in the afternoon at this point with, I'd say, 6 hours of sunlight to go.
Nice.
So it's gonna be 11 o'clock at night before it burns out.
Yeah, you guys started late. You started the day late, essentially.
Bet.
That's right.
Woo! That's cool.
Perhaps a suggestion. If perhaps a small group of us maybe went to one of the nearby towns, Lonelywood, Tourmaline, just to kind of see what the buzz is since we have all this extra time.
Yeah, if you want to do that, that's fine with me, but I'm good here. As I lay down in a spot I've found to kind of sunbathe and read and drink some wine.
I'll return to town with you, Luck.
Alright, I suspect you'd probably prefer to go to Tourmaline to try and make your appointment. Wink.
Yes, that would be for the morning, but yes, I would like to return to Tourmaline so I could absolutely crush a child tomorrow afternoon.
Oh, if that's not till tomorrow, then I haven't been to Lonelywood. I wouldn't mind just going there to see what's what.
Wherever you wish to go, I suppose I'll follow.
Great. Would anyone else like to accompany Silas and I to town to scout out the buzz? Or are we all
Sure.
hanging? Great. Always appreciate your company, Adriana. All right. A trio it is.
You think that right now with this thing in the sky, it's a good idea for everybody to split up?
Well, I mean, I think it's a good idea to see what the pulse is, just in case townsfolk are too dense to go to the source or realize the source. But, I mean, if you think it's a bad idea, it's fine to stay. Just not going to lie, I'm a little bored and it's a lot of time, and we could scope out what's going on, it wouldn't hurt.
If you're bored, we could just play Action or Honesty.
I suppose we could do that. I guess I wouldn't mind redemption.
Or tell stories, or sing songs, or drink more wine. I really do like the drinking wine part.
Right, yes. I mean, I normally would. I suppose I'm a little anxious about the potential repercussions and want to be as sharp as I can be in the meantime.
I could understand that. Drink some wine, you'll forget about repercussions.
Normally, I'd have no problem with that plan, but I feel like this is far more serious than most of you are taking it.
Drink half a bottle, you'll be writing a letter to your ex in no time.
Yes, I'm sure that and much more, but well, I digress.
Perhaps a sketch included, right? Oh man.
Yeah, I'm with you, Lick. I would prefer to stay sharp. But if you wouldn't mind, would you like to accompany me and maybe just take a look around the perimeter outside?
Oh, that I will do.
Then let's take a walk.
Alright. Anyone else want to join them on their walk?
Nah, I'm gonna roll around in the now barren grass like a cat would.
You're a snowcat.
I would like to try to climb up to the top of the cabin so I can see as far out as I can.
Okay, go ahead and make an athletics check.
Oh, that's an 18.
So with the 18, you're able to scale up to the cabin's rooftop. You see a lot of the snow has started to slide off the edge of the roof. It's still a little slick up there, but you maintain your balance, and you look over the edge of the cabin and you see the gorge down below. Just the immense drop that currently is. You see snow starting to fall off the sides of rock faces. Let's see. What else would you see? You can go ahead and make a perception check.
Oh, that's a really good. That's an 8.
An 8. Okay. Go ahead and roll a D100 for me.
Oh, that's an 84.
So as you're starting to walk up the cabin and get to the highest point, you stumble across an item that's in the middle of a snow pile, and you kick it. And you notice as you start to uncover it from the melted snow that you have found a delicate glass ball that has painted snowflakes with a metal loop attached to it and a tiny hook.
Oh, that sounds really nice. I would like to take my bag and open it up and just kind of scoop that in there.
Okay, you have a little Christmas decoration.
And while I do that, I picked up this amulet from the skeleton earlier. So I would like to go ahead and put it on.
Okay, very good.
I don't really know what it does yet, but
yeah, sure. You don't know what it is at all. But as you spend your time up there, you start to feel, whether it's the exposure to the sunlight and being warm for the first time and really forever, it feels like, you start to feel really healthy. As, let's see. Your constitution score becomes 19.
oh, do I have the amulet of health?
Yes, you have
Oh,
the amulet
that's
of
very
health.
nice. I like that.
Nice.
I think I'm gonna keep that on.
I don't blame you whatsoever. So, was it just the two of you going on a walk around?
From what I remember, it was just Lysander and I.
Okay. So you pick yourselves up from your sunny spots in the cabin and make your way down that perilous wooden walkway around the cabin and make your way down to the solid ground below. Traversing over the hole in the floor, now that Vega had pointed out its weakness, you are able to subvert that very easily. You guys take a look around, and all's quiet, all's peaceful. The sprigs of grass that are protruding up out of the melted snow. Feel the grass on your feet, or at least half of you do, for the first time in a long time.
I would like to cast Primeval Awareness.
Okay. And remind me what exactly that does.
That is for 1 minute to sense whether any aberrations, celestials, dragons, elementals, fae, fiends, or undead are present within 1 mile of me.
Yes. There is a number of those things within a mile of you, which is basically 2 miles across in each direction. It's a pretty wide area. You don't know their locations, right? So you can't really pinpoint anything in particular. Just that
I don't
they're
know.
there.
Yeah, I don't know any location or number, but specifically what may be around or what is around.
So dragon, undead, fae. There is a fae. Elemental as well. Undead. Yeah, I think there's a little bit of everything. I don't think there's anything that you mentioned that doesn't happen to be within that radius.
So we're always in danger. Cool.
Yeah, you're always in proximity to something.
We're always within 2 miles of a dragon. Always.
Well,
Every time I've cast this, there's always a dragon around.
you know, Aviturus, she maintains a lair up here. You guys ran into her once, so you know she's around. And 2 miles, you know, that's clear across from Lonely Wood all the way to East Haven on the other side. So it's well within that vicinity.
Yeah. Huh. Okay. I might have another question for you later, but
Okay.
anyway, I'm just going to enjoy the grass and rub it with my hands. Feel it between my middle fingers.
Oh, well, last time I was getting in touch with nature, I'm just gonna take a close look in our general proximity to see if any of those threats are nearby and noticeable.
You won't need to make a perception check, as there's nothing directly in the vicinity to spot.
Yeah, I don't think we specified exactly where, what direction we were going from where we were. Where do you have us, generally speaking? Like, going into the woods or out of the woods, Sam?
So you guys would be you would see the woods kind of to the south, but then you have that overlook to this large gorge that the cabin sits at the cliff of. I assumed you guys were taking a look in, you know, the south direction towards the forest, and maybe not so much around the gorge.
Yes.
Yeah, correct.
Okay. Well, I must say, Lysander, I'm a bit surprised. It's been above table. It's been a few hours since we
I would say
launched.
it's been 3 or 4, yeah.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised that we haven't had any activity approaching us since it's been quite a bit since we launched the Mythalar.
There it is.
I have to check my notes.
I agree. I expected there to be, if not a mob, at least many a curious traveler.
I'm honestly especially surprised Oral hasn't showed up yet.
Maybe try making fun of her name again. She really likes that.
And you see, Lysander, I'm an opportunist joker, and the opportunity has to be right, or it just feels forced.
I'm gonna leave that one alone.
Most do.
Yeah, I don't know what to expect from the power that we now hold in our hands. Time will tell, I suppose. But in the meantime, I'm with you. We need to be vigilant.
Right, well, I feel as if our scouting venture has turned up about nothing, so if you're content, I am content to go ahead and head back to the campsite.
How long had we ventured out? How far from the cabin, Sam?
How far would you like to venture out?
I'd go about half a mile, maybe.
Half a mile? Okay. That'll get you pretty close to the woods if you wanted to head in that direction, or just retracing your steps around the woods, whichever you would like to do.
Yeah, I would like to go up to the tree line.
Okay, yeah, easy enough.
And just look beyond it, see if there's any movement. It has the snow melted in this area. I know you said it was a 5-mile radius, correct?
Yes.
And the snow has melted.
It's in
at
the
this
process
point.
of melting, yes.
Okay, so there's still footprints that could still be seen at this point?
Yes, you can.
Okay. I would like to look around and see if there may have been something that we missed. Footprints or movement in the trees or otherwise.
Okay, sure. Go ahead and make a survival check.
That is a 14.
You don't see any humanoid footprints as you guys draw closer to the forest, but you do see the large footprints that look to be fairly fresh of what looks like a moose.
Did they look fresh, you say?
They look fairly fresh, yes.
Well, I don't know what your plans are for dinner, but you can either have moose or we can leave.
Well, I certainly wouldn't say no to moose meat. It's been quite a bit since I've had that. I don't think I've ever had moose meat, as a matter of fact.
Well, I'm glad you said something. I'm going to pull out my plasma rifle. Let's say might be a good opportunity to see what this thing does.
Sounds like a plan.
Let's go hunting.
Yes, let's. I know you're pretty good at being stealthy, so we should be able to sneak up right on that moose.
And I nod
All right.
with a smug smile on my face.
So with that, I would like you to make another survival check to see if you can continue to track the moose.
Ooh, that is a 19.
Okay, very good. So yes, you are able to track down where this moose is. You find tracks are getting fresher and fresher. You find droppings every now and then that aren't solid, or aren't frozen solid, rather. And then you see a structure, sort of maybe 120 feet away at this point. You see that these tracks lead to a large circular indentation in a partially snowy hillside. Rising from the middle of this circle is a triangular gnomon of a beautifully carved crystal that stands about 20 feet tall. You see a 10-foot high berm hugging the circle's eastern edge. It has evergreens growing atop around it, a top end around it, sheltering what looks like maybe a sarcophagus that's been uncovered with now the melting of the snow. And it looks to be enclosed by a half circle of pale blue pillar crystals, or crystal pillars. North of the berm, you see a delicately carved gazebo made of marble. And south of the berm is a row of outward-facing white marble statues atop granite pillars. You know the moose went in that direction, but you don't see the moose.
As excited as I am about Sorry, there's a fucking mob hitting me. It's like dive bombing the shit out of me. Sorry. Oh God.
Specifically just flying straight down Andy's face over and over again. It's really funny. Around.
Apologies. As much as I would love to have some moose, this has most assuredly captured my attention. I'd like to go investigate this.
I would agree.
All right, Lek is going to walk up to the sarcophagus, like right next to it, and kind of just study it for a second.
Okay, so as you make your approach atop the eastern berm, a granite sarcophagus rests in a half circle by 5 crystal pillars, and you look at the sarcophagus and you see the engraving of a brazier. You also notice that there is a carving on top of each pillar. From north to south, it looks like the images depict a twig, a pine cone, a flame, a feather, and a humanoid hand.
Okay, sorry. I'm writing notes here. So is
Sure.
Andy. A twig, a pine cone, feather, a human hand, and what?
Let's see. Twig, pine cone, a flame, a feather, and a humanoid hand.
Peculiar. I cast Mage Hand and use it to touch the human hand symbol to see if anything happens.
Nothing happens, unfortunately.
I'm not all that upset. I'm afraid something bad is going to happen, so I'll take that.
Maybe it has to be an actual hand and not a magic one.
Ah, I suppose that would leave it up to me then, huh? Not to say your hands aren't actual hands, but you know what I mean.
I could give it a try.
Yeah, how about you do that for starters?
I'm gonna walk up to the pillar and put my hand in the outline.
Okay. Unfortunately, nothing happens.
Well, okay. Guess you're up.
All right. It's too late to turn back now, and Lek will go right up next to Lysander and insert his hand in the hand outline.
You hear an audible click coming from the sarcophagus.
Something's happening.
That's
Shall
all
we
you
go
hear.
look at the sarcophagus? Together?
Yeah.
Yep. So I'll start heading towards the sarcophagus, kind of guardedly.
So as you go to the sarcophagus, there's no movement whatsoever. Would you like to try to open it?
How about you let me open it?
I think that's a good idea.
All right. Lysander, try as you might, but it seems like that this sarcophagus is locked shut.
All right. I think a human hand is only one part of the puzzle. We must find a twig to touch the twig, and a pine cone, etc., etc. Let's go find. And I'm gonna look for twig or a pine cone nearby, since we're in pretty close to a forest. I think that should be easy. Do I see a twig and a pine cone?
Yeah, easy enough. You find both of those things.
All right.
And I actually have a plume of owlbear feathers,
You sure do.
so I'm going to pull one of those out whenever he returns with the twig and the pine cone.
And so, just so I was clear on my description, these inscriptions are on top of the pillar, so you don't have to like hold it up to the pillar. You could just set it on top.
Perfect.
Okay.
So I'll set my twig and pine cone on top.
Now set the feather on the feather.
Okay. And you hear slight noises coming from the sarcophagus.
And to finish, since I can make, I believe using prestidigitation, I can make a very small flame. I will use prestidigitation to cast a small flame on the flame part of the pillar.
And you hear yet another click.
All right, now let's try to open the sarcophagus.
And trying
Okay.
this time, you find that the sarcophagus is still locked. I would like you guys to make insight checks.
$18.
16.
So both of you come to the same conclusion that as the rest of the items are sitting on the pillars, the hand also might need to sit on that altar as well.
Ah, well then I will let those Lek and Lysander share a look that says, "Oh," and Lek goes over to the pillar and sets his hand there and waits for Lysander to try and open the sarcophagus again.
Right.
All right.
The signal was given.
So, with that, you hear another audible click as Lek places his hand on the pillar. However, you hear a secondary click that you didn't hear the first time. And Lysander, if you tried to open the sarcophagus now, you would find that this sarcophagus is still locked.
Can I cast Detect Magic real quick?
Let's see. You can certainly try. It's at will, right? So, I mean, it's
Yes.
not going to cost you anything.
Exactly.
No, you do not detect anything magical here. Except, I guess, yes, coming from the pillars. And with that, give me an Arcana check.
Okay. $18.
So, When it comes to the pillars, you see that they are channeling some sort of transmutation magic. However, when it comes to the pillar that you are currently touching, you see that the variance is off. It seems like there might be too much material drawing the magic from the pillar.
Lysander, after performing a bit of magic myself, it appears perhaps there's too much on this pillar, which is odd. Perhaps we only need a certain number of these items?
Lysander, give me an insight check.
$17.
You take a closer look at the inscription of the hand, and you brush away a little bit of the snow that was blocking the rest of it, and you see the bottom of the hand is bloody.
And I'm gonna look at Lek. Say, well, and pop my sickle. What say ye?
You don't have to be so excited about it, Lysander. And Lek will tentatively extend his hand for a small cut.
I'll let you do the cut.
Oh, isn't it attached to you? Would that be like me taking your mouth and biting myself with it? Right. Anyways, so Lek,
I can't do it myself, man. Like, I don't have blood.
Right. So Lek pulls the sickle via the chain out of Lysander's arm and cuts his palm so that there's blood there, and then goes back to the pillar and places his now slightly bloodied hand upon the thing. Do I take a point of damage or something for that?
You'll take 1d4 damage. Well, it's controlled, just 1 point. So, with that, you place your hand on the pillar again, and you hear the same clicks that you just heard. Lysander quickly tries to check the sarcophagus. It's still locked. But as you start to pull your hand away to, cover up your wound, you brush off the rest of the picture to where below the blood of the hand you see an exposed bone.
Fuck's sake.
I was afraid you were going to say that.
So let me get this straight. In order to make this work, I must sever a hand. I do have my limits, Lysander.
Well, hold on. Isn't there a dead body back in the cabin?
Wasn't it just bone? Oh, not boned. Wasn't it just bones? Just a bone? Isn't it just bones, if I don't recall?
Maybe.
I mean, we could try that. I don't know if the blood is a necessary part or not. That's my only thing.
Well, we can put some blood on the bones and cut off the hand, and maybe that'll be enough to satisfy the sarcophagus.
Certainly worth a try.
So much alliteration.
All right, well, let's go back and gather the necessary materials. I mean, after all, we do have plenty of time.
Sure.
Okay. So, Lysander, I will head back to the cabin to retrieve the bony hand that was not boned.
Okay. And as you start to leave this this area here, you see looking at you through the forest this albino moose that is making direct eye contact with you through the forest.
Oh. There you are.
And it seems to respond to your audible, under the breath kind of tone, and he digs his front hoof into the snow and makes like a charging, bowing motion with his head. And
Lek is going to try and speak to the moose, recalling the other animals from before. Excuse me, Mr. Moose. Can you speak? I feel like you can.
What's it to you?
Oh well, what brings you to these parts of the woods, if you don't mind me asking?
I live here. I hunt here. As you see, as the moose kind of turns broadside, you see on this white fur it has streaks of red. There's red that also protrudes on its antlers. You also see just a bit of flesh dangling from this moose on the antlers.
So, can I hear? Were you speaking common to the moose?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
And you hear the moose speak. Yes, Lysander.
Okay, good. What were you hunting?
Humans.
Oh, good, because we
Elves.
I'm only half.
Dwarves. Gnomes.
Okay, well, we happen to be in need of a hand. Could you help us?
Why would I help you?
Well, what would you want in return?
Give up the elf human, and we'll talk.
Motioning to Lek. You mean him?
Yes.
Why? Why do
He
you want
looks
him?
tasty.
At this point, Lek's gonna square up pretty intensely. He's just gonna stare the moose down and say, "Well, my white fuck, I fucked it up."
Nice.
I'm scared.
Lek will say, "Oh, actually, Lek will cast. Let's see, a minor illusion to make a huge rack of antlers grow out of his head that's bigger than the moose's, and then he'll say, 'Well, my small antlered friend, we just happen to be hunting you too. So how about this is our new deal? You either help us and give us a hand, and we don't kill you, or we kill you.'"
Yeah, I'm going to aim my plasma rifle at it. It's like, just to tack on to him and say, yeah, because I'm really eager to find out what this does.
Okay, go ahead and make an intimidation check at advantage, or both of you individually.
Yeah, I got it. Dirty 20.
Oh. So, as you have created antlers, and Lysander has pulled out his laser rifle and pointed it directly at this moose, the moose says, "Let's try a headbutt square off, and if you beat me, I'll help you." He starts to charge. I would like you both to roll initiative.
21.
Also 21.
Oh man.
Moose before.
Let's make an encounter that I did not plan. awakened white moose. And we are hiding Andy, we are hiding Eclipse, Zizix, Vega, Silas, and Armand. Okay, this could be a battle. Let's go ahead and run that. Okay, so you both got 21. The moose is about 80 feet away or so. But you both act on the same turn. So you can leave it up to each other who would like to go first.
May I?
You may.
I'm going to take aim and shoot my laser rifle at this thing.
Okay. Please do remember that you do not have proficiency with this. It should be built into D&D Beyond, though, if you're using that.
Noted.
Yeah, the rest of you, if you would like to take your break now, we can resolve this fight, and then when we hop back over to the other scene, we can pick up there and give these two a little break. But let's just play through it since we're here.
Sure.
So, Lysander is going first.
That is an 11 to hit.
That just hits. Roll damage.
Oh shit! Yes! Okay. That is 14.
14. 14 points of damage, and you see, you pull the trigger on this moose, and you see these bright green beams of light just pew, 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 as it fires 3 charges, right? It's 3d6? 3d... what is it?
3d8.
3d8. So each ray just pew, 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 and you pummel this moose, but it doesn't break from its charge.
Okay. Bonus action, I would like to cast Zephyr Strike.
Okay. That doesn't do anything now, it happens the next time you strike, right? Okay, very good. Lek, your go.
Alright. I'm going to cast Armor of Agathis on myself.
Alright.
And then, as a bonus action, I'm going to try and stand behind any nearby trees. Because that's me.
That's just your move action, so you still have your bonus action.
Oh, well, I'm not going to use my bonus action for anything else.
Okay. So, the moose continues its charge. You rolled damage for Armor of Agathis.
Oh, no, that's armor for... I didn't mean to roll damage, I just did, didn't I? That was a weird thing. I was just trying to... Yep, that was just weird stuff. No, nothing's happening here.
Nothing's happening. All right. So, the moose, even though it got pelted with the laser rifle, continues its charge and is able to close the distance between himself and Lek. So it's charging, so it gets a bonus to its attack, and it will make 2 attacks against you, Lek. The first attack is a 17 to hit.
Yeah, that hits.
Okay. And that does that much damage. Oh, double that. So its attack with its hooves. I'm sorry, antlers. That is 21, That is 25 points of damage from the antler strike.
All right. Well, since I'm wearing the armor, let's see. It's going to take 5 cold damage.
Cold damage,
sorry,
okay.
I added one too many points to my temporary. Oh man, I just lost them anyways. So you said 25 points of damage?
25 total, yes.
Alright, so there goes my armor. Just 5. And then I'm going to do a react.
You're going to use your reaction, okay.
Let me just get this damage real quick. I'm going to cast Hellish Rebuke.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a dex save of 16.
Thank you. That is a 4.
Yeah, he'll take the full brunt of this. Let me just roll my 4d10. 15 damage.
15, very nice. Very nice.
Fire damage, if it matters.
And you start to really smell the burning of his hair as you just cast this cloak of flame to engulf this moose. However, he still pushes on with his attack with his hooves as the fire has made him rear back. That is only going to be a 14 to hit.
Oh, well, that still hits.
Still hits, okay. And that will be an additional 10 points of damage, bludgeoning. And that is the end of its turn, as it looks to you and says, I think I've bested you. Now it's time to finish you! Which brings us to yourself and Lysander, keeping the same initiative. It would be Lysander being up.
I'm going to try to shoot it again with this laser rifle.
Okay. Roll to attack.
That's a 21 to hit.
Yeah, that absolutely will hit.
Cool. And with Zephyr Strike and Colossus Slayer, that gives me 5d8.
Colossus Slayer was, which one was that? It's your ranger feat, right?
Yeah, it's a special, once per turn when you hit a creature with a weapon attack, the creature takes an extra 1d8 damage. If it's below its HP maximum.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, it's not a spell or anything, it's just...
Yep, it's built in.
Yeah. Alright, here we go. That is 22 radiant damage.
Okay.
And 5 other damage. So 27 damage total.
And you pelt the moose again with your lasers, and it drops down to its front legs and stands back up. And it looks to you both, and takes a deep breath. The moose finally gets out the words it was mustering up here. Where was the words? What the fuck? I just had it. Ah. Yes. He looks to you and he says, Ravison, have mercy on your souls. Black, it is your turn.
Oh, and if you'll allow me, Sam, I made a bit of a mathematical error. It was supposed to be 15 points of extra hit points for Agathis, which means 10 extra points of damage on the moose for hitting you with the armor. If you don't let me do that, since I forgot, that's totally fine. I just throw that out there.
Yeah, then the moose is down.
Oh, cool. So that would technically have been Lysander's kill, but yes.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. It got its final words out anyway. So, you have felled the awakened white moose. Lek, getting the brunt of the damage, spilled his way. What would you like to do?
So it's dead?
It's dead.
Okay. I will cast Cure Wounds at 2nd level on Lek.
Okay.
And that will give you 14 points back.
Much obliged.
And I'm going to look at the damage that the laser rifle put on that moose. And, and just look at Lek and back at the gun and the moose. Like, this is one impressive weapon.
Indeed it is. I'm glad you had it at your side. So, a thought occurs to me, given the state of his fur and antlers before we even began to fight him, I wonder if he has any hands in his digestive tract. We could just open him up and see if we find anything in his stomach that might work as a hand.
Let's find out, I say as I pop that sickle again, because that's always satisfying.
Mm-hmm.
And start cutting it open.
All right. Go ahead and make a survival check.
Oh. That's a nat 1.
Oh, you just have such a hard time trying to find the actual stomach to this moose. You've never cleaned or field dressed a moose before. But in your frustration, you actually sever one of the hooves of the moose.
Well, worth a shot, right?
Absolutely.
Let's go see what happens.
All right. I'll do the honors if you want to attempt to open the old lid again. At that point, Lek will go back to the hand with the severed hoof and put it upon the hand spot.
You hear a single click.
And I will try to open the sarcophagus.
Roll a percentile die.
$28.
You push over the sarcophagus as it's now unlocked. The lid, with the melted snow, kind of gets away from you and completely falls over the side. And inside this sarcophagus, you see some sort of humanoid figure that's been wrapped in bandages. And it starts to rise. What would you like to do?
I'm gonna stand back and draw my laser rifle just in case things get hairy.
Lek?
Right. I am. Well, is the well, if you don't mind me calling it a mummy, I'm going to go ahead and do that. Is the mummy armed with any weapons, or is it just as is?
Let's see. Looks like it is as is. The mummy sits up in its sarcophagus and looks in both of your direction. Starts to exit the sarcophagus.
At this point, Lek would like to say, "You're welcome."
And the mummy is fully standing in front of you. Looks to be about maybe a little bit taller than you, Lek. And it looks directly to you and to Lysander. And it says, "Thank you."
And who do we have the pleasure of assisting today?
My name is Sonar.
Hello, Sonar. My name is Lecture Long, and this is my compatriot, Lysander Blackburn. How did you end up in this very unique sarcophagus, if you don't mind me asking?
And he looks around and he says, "I don't know how I got here, but I recognize the moon dial." And he points over in the direction of the tall triangular crystal that was mentioned earlier.
I see. What exactly is that? Lek motions towards the thing you just talked about.
It's a sacred burial ground. Now, with that being said, as he starts to draw his eyes from Lek and looks to Lysander, Sonar says, "What is your command?"
My command? No one commands me but me.
I'm sorry, forgive me, Sonar, but are you implying
You hear
that
Miranda
because...
dying, right?
Yeah, I do.
Oh.
Oh, sorry, what were you saying, Lek?
No, I was saying, Sonar, are you implying that because Lysander opened your sarcophagus, you now obey him?
Yes, I will take orders from Lysander.
Oh.
Now I like that a lot better than I thought you meant. Tell me, Sonar. I point to the albino moose that we just killed. This creature told us, "May Ravison have mercy on your souls." Do you know anything about that?
And the mummy shakes its head no. That name is not familiar to me.
Well, okay then. And I'm looking at Lek and just thinking about how I've got my own personal mummy right now, and that this is pretty cool. But, so, Sinar, tell me about yourself. What did you do before you were entombed in the sarcophagus?
Let's take a look into Sinar's little backstory here. He says, what year is it?
1303? Or 1503?
And a ding audibly heard comes from the mummy. He says, I was a moon elf in my previous life. It seems I have been here for 300 years. I used to be a hunter. I would hunt the very things that I became.
You would hunt mummies.
Monsters in general.
You and I might have a lot more in common than you think.
What is that? As he points at your rifle.
Oh, this is, from a very faraway place.
May I hold it?
I don't think so.
Fair.
But you may look at it from afar.
Can I borrow it?
What do you need this for?
Snapping bones.
Snapping bones. I could give you a club if you would like. That would do the trick just fine.
If that is your command.
Are you under some kind of curse that you are to obey the one that frees you?
Consider this a life debt of sorts. An undead debt.
An undead, if you will.
Yes, that is superior.
Well, I think that we'll have a little time to get to know one another, but in the meantime, what does this moon dial do?
The moon dial, when operated in such a way, will open the sacred burial ground.
And what would that do?
You would have access to more sarcophagus.
Oh, really?
Would these sarcophagi potentially have more individuals such as yourself with life debts to pay?
Unless the chamber has been disturbed, that could be the case. But as Sinar continues to speak, the wind starts to pick up. The darkness starts to manifest in the sky. And Lek and Lysander, you hear a voice that says, "You know not what you do. I will put a stop to this now. As darkness besets on the horizon. You, all remaining in the cabin, hear just this, as you hear the familiar voice of Oral speaking directly to you as light fades from view. The Mythilar returns down to the ground. And the blizzards start to resume.
God damn it.
Okay, well, Renor, I'm gonna step up and hold out my hand to shake his hand.
And he does not shake your hand, he kneels.
No, you. Thank you, but you don't need to do that.
As you command.
Please shake my hand. I would feel better if you did.
As you command, and he shakes his hand.
Okay, come with us. We need to leave now.
As you command.
This is fun.
And let's head back to the cabin, yeah?
Yes, with haste.
Oh, are we making haste?
No!
Man, I wish Carcass was here to headbutt the albino moose. That would have been awesome.
Oh, he would have done it really good too.
So, with Oral's message being passed to you, the Mythilar returning back to the front steps of the cabin. It's warm to the touch, but not unable to be handled. How do the rest of you at the cabin react to this information?
I pick up the Mythlar immediately, first of all.
Okay.
And then I look around at everyone and see what they're doing.
I head back inside the cabin.
Andy's just gonna hang onto her warhammer and follow, stand near Vega.
Zizix, Armand.
Well, I'm gonna climb down off the roof of the house, and I will go over to where Andy and Vega are. Say, oh, I think perhaps we should put that in a safer place.
Yeah. I don't know where it would be Oral.
By safety, you mean in like another plane?
Well, if we could do that, that might be pretty nice.
I think I could do that.
Andy starts putting her layers back on.
Yeah, Vega too. But he's also gonna say we could probably get to another plane with this thing as he holds up the Mythilar. If we have to.
Take a look at the Mythilar. It looks to be returned back to its coal state. There is no magic emanating from the device at this moment. And then Zizix would be able to elaborate that it becomes not functional until the next dawn.
Ah. That makes sense. And when it fell from the sky while she was saying everything, how long had it been up there?
It had been about the duration that you expected.
Okay. So there's no reason to think she made it in. She just
correct
had good timing, most likely.
Yes.
Okay.
So, what would you guys like to do?
I will be putting my layers back on as Andy was and readying myself in case something happens.
Okay. As you guys return back to wearing your heavy layers, I would like you all to make perception checks as you kind of glance around outside passively.
I crit failed it, but my passive perception is a 14.
Okay.
Well, for a perception, I got the 22.
Okay.
I got a 9, but also if it matters, my passive is 14.
Okay. Good enough. Armand, something catches your eye at the distance as you see it looks like some sort of spotlight out in the wilderness. It seems to be moving just slightly. As you continue to look out there, you see a second light, seemingly moving in this direction.
Well, I'm gonna point right to those lights and ask everybody, has anybody ever seen that before?
No.
Have I?
There's a lot of things I haven't seen before.
Go ahead and make a intelligence check, Andy and Vega and Zizix. And Eclipse.
I got a 14.
13 for sticks.
19.
Dirty 20 for Vega.
Eclipse and Vega, you recall when you were traveling with the bugbears initially, that you had seen a similar light going through the wilderness. And the bugbears warned that it was a cold light walker, a soldier of Harl. They were to be feared. But ahead of you, there are two.
Wonderful.
Great.
Yeah, when we were with the bugbears, we saw one of those. They said it's a soldier of Oral called a cold light walker, and that they are to be feared. And there's two of them, and they're coming right for us.
Andy just takes her warhammer out, like, all right.
Well, that does not sound really good to me. But I don't think anything should be feared.
Except for fear itself.
Oh.
You should write a book, Vega.
Fucking right. Well, I did. It kind of got me into trouble, actually.
There you go. So, as these lights start to draw closer, what are your initial thoughts as they start to progressively get closer and closer to you? To the cabin, rather.
My initial thoughts are, I hope Lek and Lysander show back up soon.
Shrug.
I'm just ready to fucking clock these bitches.
Word.
Cue the immigrant song.
Yeah! Man from the land of the ice and snow.
Yeah,
Well,
that would be great if we weren't DMCA restricted.
God. And we never have any fun around here.
Not once, not never.
If this was at the table game like we used to do, I would have all the cool fucking songs ready for this battle.
Oh, hell yeah.
So, what were you going to say, Armand, before I cut you off?
Oh, well, I don't know what exactly we should do, but I'm not exactly what you would call a fighter.
And what would you call yourself then?
Well, I am a very good at the hiding.
Okay, we'll find a sneaky way to attack them then.
Oh, well, now your older friend Armand the Hammer is very good at that.
There you go. As long as you can contribute to hurting these fucking things, I think we'll be fine.
Oh, I could definitely hurt some things, and I think we will be okay.
I think we will too.
And with that, I'm gonna look for a place to hide.
Okay. Whereabouts would you like to try to hide?
Well, since we're still at the cabin, I heard you say earlier that there was the stack of the woods outside.
Yes.
So I would like to try and hide there.
Okay. Easy enough. And what about the rest of you? Do you also head outside to gain position?
Oh yeah, Andy's
Yeah.
just gonna stand there with their warhammer, like, come at me, bro.
Yeah, I'll be right near her, just ready to go.
Same.
Right.
Yep.
So-
And while I hide, I would like to take out my rapier and my father's hand crossbow.
Yeah, easy enough. Silas is going to opt to stay inside the cabin and assist at a range if necessary. He's going to protect his wine. So, go ahead and give me a stealth check, Armand.
Oh, that's a 29.
Sheesh. So, easily enough, you become a log.
Wait a minute.
You hide amongst the wood pile just so perfectly. You can still see the two lights coming in. They are, by your guess, about 200 feet away at this point, as the rest of the party also takes their positions. And let's see, is everyone else hiding as well, or are you guys going straight forward?
I'm not hiding. Andy's gonna fight these things.
Yeah, straightforward.
Okay. The light is still scanning the surrounding area. Lights, rather. Let's see.
Could you possibly let me know when they are within 120 feet of us?
Sure.
That would be wonderful.
So, come on, I made this encounter earlier. Why didn't it save? Alright. Fine, have it your way. Let's remake it. Cold Light Walker. Dose. Show all. There needs to be a unhide all characters from calculations. Okay. So, at this time, is that everybody? 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8. Okay. They are now within that specified range.
Alright, I would like to call lightning, please.
Okay,
I may have a spell too to do after him if I can.
sure.
So you did say that the blizzards had picked back up, meaning it is storming outside at the moment?
That's correct. It is stormy.
Wonderful. That gives me an extra D10. Okay, how close are they to each other while they're walking?
They're a ways away from each other. They're split out by probably about 40 feet.
Damn, it'd be a lot cooler if they weren't. Okay. Well, then I will just pick one of them and have this strike come down right on him. So he will need to make a dexterity saving throw.
That is a natural 19.
Well, I'm sure that saves without even looking. So he will take half damage on these 4d10s. 1 second.
Okay.
$17 total, so that would be... Do you round up or down? I forget.
You round down.
8 damage.
Okay, 8
I rolled
damage.
garbage.
Very good. Make sure I remember that once we start. Got it. Alright. And then, Andy, you said you had a spell also before we get into initiative rolls?
Yeah. I'm gonna cast Spirit Guardians. I'm gonna make the area like around me and Vega.
Okay.
So that means when they enter the area for the first time or a turn,
Start their turn.
or they start their turn there, then they need to make a Wisdom saving throw. On a failed save, they take 3d8 radiant damage. On a successful save, they take half as much damage, and the spell appears as angelic sort of specters that start swirling around Vega and I.
Nice.
Very
Yeah.
good. So, at this point, I would like everyone to roll initiative. Is Nick back and available?
Yeah.
Okay, very good. We'll start with initiative for Andy.
Okay, I got an 11.
Okay, Eclipse.
7.
All right, Zizix.
11.
Lysander.
16.
Vega.
0.
Really?
I got a nat 1 and I'm -1 to initiative. So.
I think you're always going to be 1, but I could be wrong about that.
Well, then I'm 1.
Lack
13.
and Armand.
I got the 8.
Okay. Well, you almost weren't the last one to go. Vega.
Yeah. Almost.
One of them got a 2.
Nice.
So, with that, Lysander and Lek, you guys will arrive on round 3, I would say. That's
Okay.
when you'll swoop in as the cavalry.
Understood.
So, and Lysander, the mummy will act on your turn. You can give it a command and use a bonus action to tell it what to do, and it will act accordingly.
That is so cool.
So, with that, the cold light walkers start to make their move towards you. They're within 60 feet at this point, and They currently are not moving to get directly to you, or they won't be able to, so this will be another round at range, so to speak. So they make their movements, but as they're walking, you see in their bright light they're shining. They fixate on Andy, they fixate on Vega, they scan from person to person. But as you look, you see these things flying through the light. I would like you all to make, all who are there, make perception checks.
I got a 7.
I got a 19.
Eclipse, you recognize these creatures. They're ice mephits. Just little tiny imps made of ice. So, the first one to act will be one of the ice mephits who are flying around. You count 2, maybe 3 of them, but you're not sure if there was one that crossed back over the beam of light that you've then seen. So, first one to act is going to be the ice mephit A, and it looks like they also will not. They keep pace with the cold light walkers, and it doesn't look like they do anything from a range this time around. So then that will take us to Andy being next.
How close are they at this point?
At this point, after their latest movement, they are, the closest one is 30 feet away, and then the next one is still 60 feet away.
Okay. In that case, I'm just going to use a cantrip and cast it at the 30 feet away one, Sacred Flame.
Okay.
And that's a dex save. 15 is the save.
That is a 10.
Great. And that is 5 radiant damage.
5 radiant. Very nice. It is also the same one that Vega struck earlier with lightning.
Sucks to suck, nerd.
Anything else?
That's it.
And the next Cold Light Walker makes his progress towards you and now is also 30 feet away. That brings us to Zizix. They're 30 feet away and about 20 feet apart from each other. They've closed the gap.
So they're 20 feet apart from each other, you said?
Yes. Correct.
I'll just shoot a fireball for now.
Okay. Firebolt, fireball.
Firebolt.
Okay. What's your attack roll?
Just gotta check one thing real quick. Just an 11.
Okay, and that will miss, unfortunately. Anything else?
That's it for now. Except, can I hold a bonus action?
No.
Then that's it.
Okay. Armand Hammer.
Well, Armando, he would like to keep a hiding.
Okay. Would you like to hold an attack for any reason?
No, not this round. I don't think I would.
Okay, very good. Eclipse.
Okay, I'd like to do Breath of the Dragon towards the nearest one.
Okay, they are 30 feet away. Do you have to get closer for that?
Nope, I've got a 30-foot line.
Perfect. All right.
It's also 5 feet wide, if that matters.
Not in this instance, but good to know.
And that'll be fire damage.
Okay. Do I need to make a dex save?
Yes.
All right. That is a 13. And you
Damn it,
have
it saves.
target A or target B. B is the one that's already been hit.
Oh, then I'll take target B then.
Okay. And then does it take half damage?
Yes.
What's the damage?
Yes, it's half. I said yeah.
What is the damage? Can you hear me? Did I die?
No, I'm just. Oh, okay, there it is. Hold on.
She's just okay.
Ah,
That's 4 damage.
okay. And then half of that, or is that already halved?
That's already halved.
Okay, cool. Very good. Anything else?
Oh, no, that's it.
Okay. Next up. Another ice method, and he cannot do anything at this moment. And then we get to Vega. So everything is about 30 feet out at this point. It seems like that each individual Cold Light Walker has an ice method with it.
You said they're about 30 feet out.
Yes.
Did you say how close they are to each other?
About 20 feet away. The ice methods are closer.
Right, because each has one with them.
Yep.
I guess, first of all, I'll go ahead and call down another bolt of lightning on the same one as the first time.
Okay. Dex save.
So, yep.
That is a 14.
That does not save.
All right. Roll that damage.
Splendiferous. .24 lightning damage.
Very nice. But the Cold Walker still continues its slow, methodic advance towards your
Yeah,
position.
I wouldn't expect anything less. You said 30 feet away, so... Oh, that's also a bonus action. Okay, not that. Alright, well, I guess I will use my action to cast Scorching Ray.
Okay.
So, That's 3 rays. Each one's a spell attack. So I'll send 2 at the same guy I've been attacking.
Okay.
And then 1 at the other.
Scorching Ray.
Yes.
Very nice. Dex save?
No, it's a spell attack. I'm about to roll them. I roll 1 for each ray. I got a 9 and an 18 for the first guy.
Okay. 1 hits.
That checks out. And then for the second guy, I got a 23.
That hits. Roll your damage.
Can do. Seven for the first and 6 for the second.
Okay, very nice. 7 damage, 6 damage. That was fire.
Indeed it was.
Okay, very good. Anything else?
I already used my bonus action, so...
Got
not at the
move
moment.
left. Okay. Alright, round 2. The Cold Light Walker that's been struck by lightning takes movement and hides behind a tree, but it peeks out as the light fixates on you, Vega.
I'm shocked.
And I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Can do.
You may be shocked, but he was shocked twice.
14.
Just saves as the light starts blinding you, but you regain your sense of sight and avert your eyes briefly to not be damaged by the blinding light of the Cold Light Walker. But then you notice the light start to intensify and grow warm as it makes a cold ray attack again, or grow cold as it makes a cold ray attack against you, with a 15 to hit.
That misses.
You're able to duck out of the way as this cold ray just incinerates. Freezes into place everything that was behind you. The grass that had started to show itself frozen over an icicle. And that is it for its turn. The ice mephit makes its appearance and charges down directly towards Andy. And it is going to make 2 attacks against Andy. I'm sorry, just 1 attack. It has 1 attack. Okay. That is a 17 to hit.
That misses.
Alright, as it tries to swipe its claws at you and try to scratch at you, you're able to ward it off with your positioning of the shield.
It entered my spell, right?
Correct.
In that case, let me check the spell one more time and make sure I do this right. In that case, make a wisdom saving throw. The DC is 15.
5.
Great. That's 3d8 radiant damage for entering that area.
Okay, roll your damage.
Ooh, almost max on 2 dice. So 18 total damage. Radiant damage. The spirits attack it.
Okay, very good. So does that go away after it deals a certain amount of damage? Or is that just there until concentration's dropped? I can't remember the different spells.
It doesn't say that it drops when a certain amount of damage is done. It just says concentration up to 10 minutes.
Okay, Very good. Awesome. And now it's your turn.
Great. So I'm gonna just take my warhammer and clock the bastard since he's right in front of me.
Yep. Roll your attack.
That's gonna be a 23 to hit.
That's absolutely going to hit.
That'll be an additional 8 damage.
And upon the crack of the warhammer, the ice mephit bursts into splintering ice, and I need you to make a dex save.
13.
13. You are able to save, so you'll take half damage of 6, so 3. You take 3 cold damage. But that ice mephit is dead.
Yay!
Anything else?
That is all for me.
Okay. And then the next Cold Light Walker will go. They advance and also take cover behind a tree. And Andy, you are targeted by the blinding light, so I need you to make a con save.
Ah, shit, that's a 10.
You are blinded until the start of the walker's next turn.
Okay.
And now... it is going to try and hit you with its cold ray, as it now has advantage because you are blinded.
What if I yell, watch out? Would that take away its advantage?
Unfortunately
Look
not.
out!
That is a 20, dirty 20 to hit.
That does hit.
Okay. That is going to be 31 points
Jesus.
of cold damage.
God damn.
Andy's gonna, like, stumble back a bit and kind of take a knee and say, God, blinded me.
And I need you to make a concentration check for your spell. You have to beat a 15.
Let me make sure I don't have Warcaster. I don't think I do. Oh, yeah, I do. No, but that's not what I thought it was. Oh, I have advantage on con saving throws that I make to maintain concentration when I take damage.
Yep.
So I rolled a natural 19, that's a 22.
You maintain concentration of your spell.
Sweet.
That is the end of that Cold Light Walker's turn. Zizix.
Okay, so is there a whole bunch of them grouped up together?
There are 2 of them, and they are about 20 feet apart.
Okay. So Zizix is going to see, the big damage to Andy, and he's actually going to be in a protective mode right now.
Okay.
Aww. Oh.
And he is going to cast Flaming Sphere at the one that did damage to Andy.
Okay.
Hang on one sec.
To what?
Oh my God, Sam.
It's a valid question.
No, I'm not gonna do. I'm not gonna
No,
do
it
that.
isn't.
1 second. Sorry.
You're fine.
You're fine. Every time I tell Sam to hang on, he says, "To what?" And it makes me go insane a little bit more each time.
Well, I appreciate you, Sam.
Thank you. Thank you, Matt.
He's going to have. He's going to cast Chaos Bolt.
Okay.
That would be a 25 to hit.
That absolutely will hit.
Ooh, even better. So I got doubles on my dice.
Okay.
So that one will take 6 fire damage.
Okay.
Oh, hang on. Oh, that's weird. Now that'll be 9 fire damage.
In
And
addition
then
to the
because I
6?
No, 9 instead of 6.
Okay.
For some reason, the damage thing, the description says it's 2d8 plus a d6, whereas the sheet, the roll thing only did 2d8.
No worries.
And then because I got doubles on my 3, or on my d8s, it leaps 30 feet to a target of my choice.
Okay.
So it'll leap to the second one.
Alright. 9 damage as well.
Now that's another hit.
Oh,
So I
gotcha.
gotta roll
Gotcha.
this hit, and then I gotta roll another damage.
Okay.
And that'll do 11 thunder damage.
11 thunder. Very nice. Anything else?
And then as a bonus action, because I resurrected Pointy, he's going to fly over to Andy. And cast Healing Word on her.
Okay, very good. Next is going
So
to
that's going to be 13 health back.
13 health back. Perfect. Eclipse, you are up next.
I'm gonna do Breath of the Dragon again because I can.
Okay.
How close are they now?
They are about 20 feet out with partial cover.
Okay, then I'm just gonna do the 20-foot cone this time. Same with fire damage.
That's a dex save, right?
Yes.
It is a 14.
So that saves.
Roll your damage for half.
4 damage.
4. All right, and then A or B? Which one did you target?
Let's do 8 this time.
Okay, very good. Anything else?
That's it.
Now it's the Ice Mephit's turn. One of them is going to charge into Vega's location. So go ahead and roll your
good.
damage.
Well, first you have to do a save. I think, wisdom? Let me make sure.
Yeah, it's half on the save though, right?
Yes.
So go ahead and roll damage. You got a 5.
Lovely. That's 20 radiant damage.
Oh man. Okay.
Love this spell.
And you see shards of
Me
ice
too.
starting to erupt from the body of this Ice Mephit as it still maintains its flight and comes over and actually uses its Frost Breath attack, encapsulating Vega, Andy who's nearby, and then was there someone else standing by them? I think Zizix was a distance away. 15 feet of them. So we'll just go with you two for now. I need you both to make dex saves.
Hooray.
I got a 15.
Okay.
I got a 14.
Okay, both of you save. You take half damage. So that's half of 5, so 2. 2 points of cold damage. And then I need concentration checks from both of you. Constitution saves.
Sorry, constitution saves or concentration checks?
Concentration checks, sorry.
I got a 16.
Okay, you save. You have to beat a 10 since its damage was so low.
13.
Wait,
Okay.
is the constitution save a concentration check?
I thought they were a separate thing because
Because
abjuration.
I've been clicking con under saving throws because I was like, concentration check.
There's supposed to be like a flat D20 plus. Matt, you had the abjuration wizard, right? That gave you a bonus to concentration checks, if I recall correctly.
Yeah.
But on the saving throws, it says advantage made to maintain your concentration on a spell when you take damage. So I would assume Constitution would be the check.
No, so you just roll the D20 twice with advantage.
Yeah, that's what I did. But like, so I don't get a bonus on that, is what you're saying.
I don't
Yeah.
think you do.
Concentration
Brian?
check is a Constitution saving throw to maintain concentration.
Oh,
Okay,
good.
so it
okay.
is a con
Whew.
save. Okay. Must be another edition I was thinking of.
Phew. Okay, thanks.
Okay, very good. So anyway, 2 damage. You guys both saved on your concentration checks. The next Ice Mephit, the third one, also arrives. And
good.
this one is going to Zizix.
Is he passing through the space?
Zizix is not near you, so no,
Okay.
he would not.
Dang it.
So,
Sorry, I'm making a what? A what?
The Ice Mephit is attacking you with its claws. That is a
Okay.
7 to hit.
That will miss.
So the Ice Mephit swings wildly and misses by and large. That's the end of its turn, which brings us back to Vega.
Hey, before Vega goes, could the Armand the Hammer take his turn?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I skipped right over you. My bad.
That's okay. I just have been hiding.
True.
So you said these guys are about 20 feet away?
Yes.
Well, I would like to then leave my hide hole
Okay.
and walk over to the first one, and I will try and hit him with my rapier.
Okay, roll to attack.
That's a 16 to hit.
That will hit. Roll your damage.
Great. And I do have a question.
Uh-huh.
Is there any other enemy or anyone else within 5 feet of me?
At this moment, no.
Oh, that's very good. Then I'm gonna take him a sneak attack damage.
Okay.
So that is 6 points of a piercing damage.
Mm-hmm.
And 5 points from my sneak attack.
11 total. Very good.
And then with my bonus action, I'm gonna go ahead and fire my crossbow.
All right, at point blank range, let's go.
That's gonna be a 17 to hit.
That will absolutely hit.
And that'll be 6 points of a piercing damage.
Okay.
And then I still got like 10 feet of movement, so I'm gonna back away from him 10 feet.
Okay. Opportunity attack, or do you have the feat?
No, I don't think he will get the opportunity attack because of my rakish audacity and my fancy footwork.
Very good. Anything else?
No, I think that's gonna end my turn.
All right. Vega, it is now your turn.
All right. I'm just gonna keep blasting that one fucker with lightning. So I'll do that again. He would like to make his save.
Sure. That is a 16.
Fine. He still takes half though. $19 total, so 9.
9, okay. Very good. That's the same one that you've been hitting.
Yeah.
And the lightning strikes, and you see the pine needles on the tree just incinerate briefly as the lightning also strikes the tree. And you see the Cold Walker take a step back. And another step back. You think it's about to teeter over and fall, but it doesn't quite.
Okay. Then I'm going to go ahead and use Scorching Ray again. And I'm just going to roll these one at a time. Because I want to make sure I hit him and then use whatever's left on the other guy.
Okay.
So I'm going to shoot one of them at him right now.
All right.
That's a natural 18 plus whatever, 7.
That hits.
25. Okay. Then he takes 7 fire damage.
And as the Cold Light Walker was on its heels, that Scorching Ray sends him over.
Wonderful.
Is down.
All right, then I'm going to send the other 2 at the other one. All right, one of them is a 9 to hit, so I'm sure that misses.
Mm-hmm.
The other one is 21.
That will hit.
And that is 8 fire damage.
Very good.
And then I'll just stand there feeling pleased with myself.
All right. So that Cold Light Walker that would go now is down. But you see
That
movement
is.
across the hillside as Lysander, Lek, and something else have arrived. So Lysander, you were up first.
He literally just went to the bathroom. Like the second before you said
I have a
that.
question. Did the Lightwalker that blinded me, is that the one that just got taken down?
No, that wasn't.
Fuck.
No, that's a good thing. Now you can enact your revenge.
Lek, go ahead and go.
Very good. Since I now can cast 2 bolts of Eldritch Blast at once, I am going to. I assume I'm within range of the remaining Cold Light Walker.
Yeah, you'd have to use a little bit of your movement to get there, but I'd say yes.
Oh yeah, I forgot how good I have 120 feet range of my Eldritch Blast, so I'm sure I can.
Oh yeah, you're fine.
No, I'll just camp out behind a snowbank, chill, whatever. Anyway, so I'm gonna go ahead and direct both bolts right at the remaining one. So let me roll those shots. And here's one.
Second you walked away. Alright, now see the other.
Okay, the first shot was a 12.
That will unfortunately just miss.
Second shot is a 27.
Oh, that'll hit.
I suspected. And that's good for 12 damage.
Very good. Anything else?
Yep, nope, that's it. No spell slots, so just hanging out, man.
All right, very good. Lysander.
Alright, I'm going to come in and see the commotion. I'm going to take a shot with my laser rifle.
Okay. Roll to attack with your dex bonus.
Okay. That's a 17.
That will hit.
Okay, has this one that I'm seeing taken any
Yes.
damage? Alright. So that's 19 radiant damage and 5 force damage, so 24 damage total.
Very good. Anything else?
How many of them are there right now?
Currently, it looks like just the one that you can see. And then 2 ice methods.
Okay, I'm going to command Sinar to go after the ice methods.
Okay. It will take him maybe a round and a half to get there, as he does not have a ranged weapon. So next round, he'll be able to make his attack, but he'll advance now.
Okay.
Okay. And that brings us to Andy.
I'm still blinded, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. In that case, I can't really do an attack, so I will do a Cure Wounds on myself. I'm gonna go ahead and
target that you can see.
Nope, that's a touch. I checked. I'm gonna do a second level Cure Wounds on myself. Not bad, not bad. That's 15 healing. And then she's gonna say, what's happening? I can't see shit.
I killed one of them because I rule. There's still
you
one
hurt?
more. Yeah, not really.
Okay. And she's gonna be like blinking furiously, trying to get her vision back.
Mm-hmm. So, with that, the next Cold Light Walker goes. He looks and focuses his light on Vega. I need you to make a con save.
And this is where I get unblinded, right? Because it's till the start of his next turn.
At the end of his next turn.
Okay.
23.
You maintain your vision for now. And his light reshifts and focuses back on Andy.
That's not cool.
That's gonna be a 15 to hit.
Nope.
You feel the cold ray start to surround you, and you, even though you're blind or blinded, you step out of the way.
She was on a knee, so she'll just tuck and fucking roll.
Sure. But then
Tuck
you feel
and
the
fucking roll.
cold ray refocus. And this time it targets Vega.
Bring on, bitch.
It's a 20, not natural.
Shit.
That does hit, but hold on 1 second.
Okay.
Let me see.
What do you got?
Sorry, I'm looking at absorb elements.
Is a reaction, and you can
Yeah.
declare that you take half of any type of damage that is coming your way.
Yeah. I'm going to do that. And then if I happen to make a melee attack, it'll take an extra d6 of the triggering type.
Okay.
But I don't know if I'm going to fuck with making a melee attack anyway. But we'll see.
So, at this point, you're going to resist fire damage, right?
I'm going to go with cold, but thank you.
Okay. You'll take half of 21, so 10 points of cold damage.
Bet.
And that's the end of its turn. That brings us to Zizix and then Armand.
Okay, do I still have the thing that's attacking me, that like on me?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay. So at this point, I'm gonna pull out my bow. And I am going to cast my investiture of ice.
Okay. Excuse me.
Let's see, that's a that's an action. And with that, I am going to cast the Cone of Cold.
Okay.
So make a con save.
Go ahead and roll your damage.
I don't have... Oh. Do they just fail automatically?
No, but he rolled a 7.
Gotcha. So that would be 13 cold damage, and its speed is halved until my next turn.
Okay.
Also, 10-foot radius around me is now difficult terrain.
Okay. They are flying, so they would not be affected by the difficult terrain.
Okay.
Anything else?
No, that's it.
Okay. Next up is Armand.
All right. Well, I would like to walk over to the other called like a walker.
Uh-huh.
And once again, is there anyone within the 5 feet of me?
No. No.
Okay. Then first I will try and hit him with a rapier.
Okay.
Oh, that's only 13 to hit.
That just hits.
Oh, that's really good then. I'm gonna use that the damage and my sneak attack. So that's a 12 piercing damage.
Okay.
And then an additional 8, so 20 total with my sneak attack.
Very nice.
And then I'm gonna use my bonus action and fire my hand crossbow.
Okay. Roll your attack.
That's a 24 to hit.
That's gonna hit for sure. Roll damage.
And that is 8 points of damage.
Okay. And after your strike, the Cold Light Walker takes a step back, but resumes its stature and stays upright, ready to fight.
All right. And then I'm just going to look up at him and say, well, it's been a nice, and I'm going to walk away from him.
Okay. And with that, it brings us to Eclipse.
Cool. So, okay, first, how far are they away from me?
20 feet to a Cold Light Walker, and then there is an Ice Mephit fairly close to you, about maybe 5 to 10 feet away.
Well, is it 5 or 10 feet?
5.
Yes. Okay, so I am going to take my quarterstaff to that guy.
Okay. Roll to attack. It's an 11. Is that right?
To hit.
That just hits.
Yes. Eight damage.
Describe your fatality.
And just bring that quarterstaff down on its face.
And as you bring down that quarterstaff and you hit it square in the head, it erupts into ice shards. And I need you to make a Dex saving throw. And Vega will need to as well, as you guys are now adjacent.
Good, I'm great at dex saving throws.
Out of 14.
Okay, you'll take half damage.
I got a 10.
You just save, so you'll also take 3 damage. That's already
Oh yeah.
Okay.
If that was just a dex check, by the way, it would have been a 9. I don't have to subtract 1 on the saving throw, and I'm pumped about it.
Vega will need you to make a Constitution Constitution save for a concentration check.
Okay. And how much damage did you say that was again?
3.
Okay. That's a 12.
Okay, you maintain concentration of your lightning bolt.
Thank Blob.
And next will be the remaining ice mephit that is attacking Zizix at the moment. He is going to try and claw you with a natural 20. It's the first
It's going to take a look.
That's going to take a luck point. Oh no, it'd be a shame if this was also a natural 20, but it's not. It's a 14.
And that'll miss.
Okay.
The one time you don't get another freaking nat 20 on my luck
That
point.
only happened like once, man.
It happens all the time.
Next up is Vega.
Wunderbar. Lightning on that fucker. So dex save.
Yeah, roll damage.
Hmm. 17.
Go ahead and describe your fatality.
Yay! I'm just gonna kind of roll my eyes and be like, God, is this one not fucking dead yet? And just kind of lazily call down a lightning bolt. And then as it, like, destroys him, be like, oh, okay, about time. And just kind of turn around.
Alright. Now there's a remaining ice mephit, but with the last cold light walker going down, it erupts into shards. As you all start to regroup and Lysander and Lek rejoin the party, you hear that voice in the wind again that says, "Surrender the device."
No.
Bitch, nah.
And he's just gonna stand up and say, no.
And as you look into the distance, see 3 more spotlights. That's where we're gonna end tonight's session.
Oh shit.
They can come at me. I got spirit guardians for days. Just kidding. I only have 1 more of those castings, but that's fine. I still have it up, and it lasts for 10 minutes, so...
It's fine. Your older friend, the Armand the Hammer, can just stay right at the front.
Oh man, good session. We didn't take a break, but we had a kind of split in the party, so that allowed people to take breaks while other things were happening. So, pretty good.
Yeah.
Oh,
It
well,
was pretty good.
yeah, it was a lot of good stuff early on, especially some good roleplay. I thought. Really interesting stuff was said there, and I don't even think you guys realize it. So, in any case.
Ho ho ho.
Thanks everyone for tuning in. If you're watching on YouTube, hit the subscribe button. Come back next time. Every Thursday we upload to YouTube, as you guys know. If you are watching on Twitch, hit the follow button. Get notified each time we go live. We appreciate everyone coming by and hanging out, and we'll see you again next week.
Bye.
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 Farewell.